Okay, now we're live. Almost caught myself again. Almost. So, hello everyone. My name is Amy. I am an indie game developer currently working on the fan game Freedom Planet Academy / Sing Architect. And today we're going to be working on new assets for the game. So yes, just making sure I did click it back on. Just keep trying and get better about the mic button, but might have to get a cheap monitor to put on the desk. Anyway, so what we're doing today is maniafying the pre-existing assets from Freedom Planet's Fortune Night stage so that the mall could be brought to the fan game as a hub. It's like you can see the mall in the distance in the city, and I'd like people to go there, and that's where Savvy Marigold's office would be. You can go there to check on her and the struggles she's going through with getting the academy reopened during the renovation project, and she'll ask you about how classes are going and things like that. And the dialogue will be individual to each character too, because we do have a system that will allow for that. And different flavors of "Who are you?" whenever Spade shows up, of course. Just so yes. So I've already done the background here last week. And this is like the original background from Freedom Planet, which is pretty imaginative and detailed, and has lots of very careful attention to detail. Even like if you look from the distance, like it doesn't seem very detailed. Then you look at these little things and be like, oh, there's a lot of 3D perspective crammed into this. It's impressive. So I tried to evoke that on a smaller scale with this version of the background. Leaf was a big help with the gradient because I am not good at dithering patterns. I'm still learning all these little cross-hatching techniques. But I did the rest myself with a new perspective. It's different from the original background, but it should look just as nice and atmospheric. And just kind of renovated a bit, so it's like just kind of like, the place is changing over time. I've also integrated like some things that were just scenery in Freedom Planet 1 into the background. So we've got soda store, makeup department, bike world, all that stuff is directly baked into the background. Can't be missed now. So yes, what we're doing here is manifying the tile set. We're not doing the whole tile set, just like some things. And I want to make this Zhao statue like twice as big with new details, hopefully reflecting his Freedom Planet 2 appearance as well. So, yes, I should... Interesting. It does use the same background. That would be a very interesting case of reuse. Let me just look at the Biosphere real quick. I'm curious if it's exactly the same background. Biosphere. I need to pull up like Zhao's newest appearance anyway. Battlesphere. No, don't give me the arena. Give me the hub. Just looking for screenshots online has been so useless for half a decade now. Just it's nowhere near as good as it used to be with search engines. Yes. Oh, come on. Oh, you know what? I have Freedom Planet 2. I could literally use that too. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to go to Sprite's resource anyway to get Zhao's new look, because I need to use it as a reference. I want to incorporate some of his newer design choices, like not all of them. That way it's kind of like a marriage between his new appearance and his old one. That way it looks like his character is evolving over time. Oh Lord, just... you gotta love how everyone just abandoned him. Thank Libby, somebody got him. Let's see, where's the battle squad? No, lobby. There we go. You were not kidding. Oh my god. They reused it as is. That is so funny. I do wonder though, like, if the mall became the Battlesphere or not, because I feel like at this point in the timeline, like the Battlesphere obviously wouldn't have existed yet, and if it is the mall, then it absolutely wouldn't, because they would still be building this. Yeah, it's like, looking around the tile set real quick. Now it looks like the background is the only thing they borrowed. I can't believe I never noticed that. That's just that is so funny. This is what you call stealing from yourself in the most clever way possible. That's what developers do all the time. I mean, just look at Sonic 2, like, Sonic sprites, just his old Sonic 1 appearance just refreshed with new shading and a new walk cycle, and nobody knew the difference, among other things. So yeah, let's could just go ahead and start with the Zhao statue, because that's going to be pretty important. Oh yeah, would y'all like some Freedom Planet 2 music or something while we're doing this? So that y'all don't just have only my fans to hear in the background. It's like 90 degrees outside, so just trying to stay cool. Just trying. Okay, so let's copy. Oh my, it is insane to realize that Zhao sprites in FP2 are almost as big as his statue in the first game. Isn't that crazy, y'all? Just that is insane. Just, oh my god. I am having a, oh my god, I couldn't have done this moment with that game's art. There we go. So yes, probably, let's try to double up the size of the statue first. And we do need to set the cell boundaries for a lot of these. It's like, yeah, the statue is a clean 80 tall. You just say like the cell size 120, that way it's 8x8 compliant within the Fan Games engine. Then scale it up to 160. Might be too big though. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a little too big for us. We can't go that big. So, what is a good middle ground? I want it to be bigger because, his ego is a thing, but I can't go that big. Gotta be careful. Okay, yeah, that was weird. Well, while y'all could be thinking about music to listen to, I'm just going to pull up some FP2 stuff. The City Hall, nice thing to start off with. I'd love to have a hub theme like this for the mall, but I just feel bad asking anything of our composers, because they have to do all this for free. So that's really quiet. Let's raise it up just a bit. Got a lot of little dancing babies over there. I can't believe I forgot those gaps there. I just wanted to upsize the statue a little bit so there's more ritual work that has to go into the thing. Instead of just we added some shading to it for the game. That's lame. Why not go hard on his ego? Look at that, Xiao. Just for you for making the statue way bigger. Oh, that's alright, Tricolina. I'm just happy you're here. We're gonna do some edits like you do. But bigger. Okay, so... I guess we'll start with the base. Add just a couple more colors to it. That's too crazy. Yes, I did Tricolina. I'm gonna add those to the game very soon. The only thing I was like uncertain about was like the very smallest rock in the tile set. It looks like it's like too smooth. But I can do like just a couple of anti-aliasing tweaks and it'll look fine again. It will still look like your vision for the rock while still not looking like too soft. I think oceanside rocks don't get smoothed out as hard as like regular rocks do. I won't tweak it much though because I can't shade things to the same level you can, so I'm going to be like very conservative about what I do add to it. I do feel like with this in particular, like there's a lot I can do to make this statue look like it has a lot more depth to it without adding any new colors. Because once you have more resolution to work with, you can often like just add more detail with pretty much the same colors. So that should be good. Yeah, I would like run any tweaks by you because like you're still the one who can do this quality of shading. Yeah, that's a good thing. I feel like rocks benefit the most from like a reduced color palette, honestly. Like it just makes them much sharper in appearance. Like you would expect a rock to be, you know. Most rocks, anyway. Ooh, yeah, see? I'm already adding some more depth to it just because of the increased resolution. Don't need much. Hard though. Oh no, that's fine. Oh, I guess the implication here is that there is like a separate tier that is just not rendered for a lack of resolution, so let's try to keep that in mind as well. Yeah, it does make things easier to shade and iterate on. You have like fewer colors to deal with. Yes. Like it's seriously a pain and it's like really cumbersome to shade with like too many colors. It really is. So I agree with you on that one. I'll probably see that for myself and like get a closer look at the assets while I'm importing them. So it won't be an issue as far as my own little tweaks go. It's like, yes, you know, I feel like rocks benefit from less color, not more. Like there are times where you'll want to give rocks more color, but this is definitely not one of them. Make this look a little more detailed too. Yeah, that's what people want to do. Oh yeah, like when I was working with the assets originally, they did come from index painting through Krita. I did reduce the color ramps as much as I could, but yeah, there's still an unfortunate bloat when it comes to the colors. A lot of them. Like I had to spend some time like removing colors from like the mountain tile set because I was still learning how to do index painting in Krita at the time, so like the palettes ended up pretty bloated even while looking like pixel art. there was just so many unique RBG colors that it was kind of a mess to tweak. Just no good. I do think that's generally the best practice, is like how a palette bar or a palette tree, like some artists do. I'm just still learning how to see colors like that myself. It's not easy to change my old habits, but I must if I'm going to be a better pixel artist. I must. A lot of art lighting choices in art can be a little arbitrary, but still end up deliberating anyway. Let's see. I do wish GIMP had like a 1x view like Sprite does. That would honestly be a pretty nice feature to have. Also, yeah, this color is too hard. It's gradients. It could be a little more gradual than that. That was going too hard. Oh yeah, it's one thing I would, if I could get used to Sprite, I would love to having color on right click again, because GIMP is like very decidedly doesn't do that by policy, because they don't want to break how the right click context menu works for tablet artists, but I guess they just don't know how on the back end of things to set it up so that the right click could actually be used for tools instead of just a context menu for one particular niche of users. And I do use a tablet a lot myself. But yeah, it's because that flexibility was there. But no program is going to be perfect. You'll always have little nitpicks. And yes, I'm upscaling the Zhao statue. Should be interesting to see enlarged. Here's the original one. If we're going to do like a 1.5x scale, because 2x is too big. Isn't it crazy how Zhao is almost as tall as his statue in this context? It's crazy. It's interesting to me how hard pub music in FP2 goes. Wait, no, we shouldn't put too much lighting on this side. Because like, as you can see, the direction of the lighting on the statue is kind of like more towards the left, and then it gets progressively darker towards the right side, so. Yeah, if we do have a reason to put Zhao himself in the painting game, I would like to revamp him a little bit. Like, he doesn't need too much work, as you can see, because like, his outfit is mostly the same. It's just his hat that got bigger and more elaborate. And it looks like the symbol, the character on his hat changed too. I don't know what the original symbol was supposed to be. Because, I'm mono-linked with the brain, can't read Chinese characters. Yeah, that would make the most sense, because obviously in Freedom Planet 1 or Freedom Planet 2, he isn't getting taller, it's just the art direction that has changed. So he's still short in relation to everyone else. So he would just get a bigger hat. And face markings. There's still a lot of new details we could squeeze onto those sprites. They just didn't do it at the time because, you know, it's a lot of extra work. And deadlines were tight. They just had to make the game they could make within that time frame. That is such a shame, because like it is such a good piece of music, but the only place they had for it in the game was a cutscene that was absolutely not going to show you the whole song. You know, Trinita, this would be perfect for a bonus stage, honestly. Just perfect. Even the tutorial stage, maybe even. It does feel like it had like a more grand use at some point, and they just, well, couldn't. Due to budget constraints. Not an uncommon problem. And the commercial space as well as indie games. I'm trying to remember what this song is. All the Arms. I don't remember what this song's for. Oh, whoops, didn't realize that. Okay. This would be better if it was like pieces of lighting rather than oh, no. I forgot about that. It's kind of sad how much beautiful music went to the game. But at least, you know, the vinyls are in the game, so if you missed like 90% of the track, you can still go listen to it. It's something. I'm going hard enough for the statue space. How about we work on the statue itself? I think it went too hard, actually. Yeah. I do love this track too. I think it's still probably one of the best tracks in the game. Nope, but I'm going too hard again. So I'll just leave the bass alone. Maybe in hindsight I'll see some little things to add to it. So yeah. Start increasing the detail. And yeah, I know it's not something we try to do with pixel art. Like, part of the appeal of good pixel art is those sharp, clean details. I feel like there's always gaps in our understanding of art, and we're going to struggle with different things. And I could tell you were struggling with the rocks because of all the revisions one of them took. I feel like it's taken me years to finally get my head around rocks, like the rocks in Bay High Bay's background. It just felt like everything clicked all of a sudden. It was amazing. It's like, wow, I finally figured out how to do one type of rock texture. Now I gotta learn 30 more. Yeah. Oh, that's the devil of every artist art journey, honestly. Anatomy and perspective is it's a struggle all of us go through. Oh yes, there's some leniency you get with PixArt because there isn't a whole lot of fine detail to deal with. Like instead, you're like trying to figure out how to create perception of certain textures and details at those low resolutions, rather than like like all the nuanced shapes that compose us. Like like pretty much everything about our limbs change depending on how they move. Because like this is why we spend so much time learning about the skeleton, because as it articulates, the shape of our flesh changes dramatically. Just look at the knee; it takes on like 3 dramatically different shapes depending on how it articulates. It's insane. So yeah, there's a lot of time that goes into anatomy. At least with like robots and such, like that doesn't happen, but then you still have the matter of perspective to deal with, because like for them to look convincing, like those metal structures need to be in perspective. It's like you can't win. Like you gotta have perspective and anatomy, or just really good perspective. You can't get around the need for perspective. Well, I feel you on that one too. Like that is definitely where I struggled the most. Like I used to spend a lot of time with dynamic poses, and then got a little too safe, just trying to get good with the tablet. So I do want to get better at that too. Yeah, like I think like the best poses out there is when the character looks like they really are breathing in that moment. Like their face is animated and alive, they're expressive, they're looking at something, their chest is expanded to a particular degree. Just all of those little details, as well as the major ones, just collate to build up this very cohesive, lively pose. It takes a lot of shape memory to get there. It's so worth it. Sometimes I see a piece of art and I'm just like, wow, that character looks alive. Like, you can really believe that character is real. And center of gravity is certainly important to that. That was one of the things I saw from like Chuck Jones' teaching material, just how one of the core tenets of his discipline of animation was like center of gravity. Without that, you just don't have believability. It is just so crucial to animation, especially to these animated furry animals that we love so much. I should keep the original statue over here for reference. That way, when I'm making new details, I won't drift away from the original artistic intention, which is something that can happen a lot in art. You don't want, like, that messed up Jesus painting everyone points to in memes. You really don't want that situation. You want to mirror the original artistic intention when restoring something, or like repainting it at a higher resolution. It's just so important. And for instance, with this shoe right here, there's a lot of like tapering towards the edge that was missing. Oh, Argo knows what I'm talking about, at least. Oh, another one of my favorite pieces of the soundtrack right here. Makes me sad you can only hear that in the story when playing the stage. You can't hear it in time attack. Just so sad. Sad dog emoji go here or something, I don't know. What's going on with his shoes? Looks like his shoes have changed a bit since Freedom Planet 1. They were a lot more plain originally. So I guess we could sort of adapt that to some issues, sort of. There we go. Something like that. Oh yeah, artistic habits are certainly fun. I've been there myself. Getting into a rut with noodling or over erasing details while sketching, just clicking undo too many times, wanting to use the smudge brush too much, which creates like all these blurry details. Like, well, that's an interesting rationale for how you approach pixel art. I think that probably explains why there can be such a difference between the pixel art you produce and what I do. Like, I just kind of embrace that I can't do everything to like Mania's quality, so I leave a few things a little scuffed looking, or I try to go for that extra sharp look I'm familiar with older Genesis games. And then you're over here like, what if we could, take this thing that's at an 8 and take it up to a 9 or 10. And we certainly got better at balancing, what can be finished versus, what is achievable and what not. Like, you got all of like Spade entirely prettied up, Shane the Architect, and you've been really helpful with the Spade FP2 mod as well. I wonder what this track is from. Oh, that's Lilac's, I think, credits theme. It's kind of interesting to me that each character gets their own ending credits theme. Like, it's certainly a decision I would have made, because, like, y'all, that soundtrack was expensive enough, y'all don't even want to know. Y'all don't want to know. Just, I would not have done that. But it's really cool that they did. People ogle at the soundtrack and stuff like that is why. Attention to detail like that is what separates arts from products, I think, as well. When something is very utilitarian and made for a specific purpose, it's just a product, I think. And then you've got art, which cares more about the craft before the commercial component of it. I think. And there's certainly a lot of developers who fall into that category, like they do this because they love it. If they wanted more money, they could just like go work for like a corporate enterprise and make like $200K a year or something as like a senior developer. But no, they're over here with these 50 to 70K a year jobs working on games because they love them. Just great people. And who needs more than 100K a year anyway? That's just, even with today's money, that's insane to imagine. Hello, lover. Good to see you. I think I like Carol's ending theme the most of the bunch. It just has those, it tugs at the emotional heartstrings just right for me. Oh yeah, I know you would, lover. Like, your financial security would be where you want it, and you would be very supportive of the arts. And your OCs would be everywhere. kind of like that Micah character that was like everywhere on DeviantArt for a time. It's like this one commissioner just commissioned all the popular artists on DeviantArt to draw their character. And so you could literally not escape from that one. It's amazing. Like, you know, that's one way to succeed, I will say, even. Duke of Arts and Music. I've definitely... Aww. Well, I really thought about commissioning Woofle for my next game too. Like, he's just such a great artist, but I think, you know, Woofle is so done with these Snork-like games, and my next game will be very unapologetically Sonic. It will do its own thing, but it's going to be like everything I really wanted from a pixel art Sonic game for years that, you know, Sega's just not going to give us. So yeah, just going to be commissioning other people instead. Woofle doesn't want to do the fast-paced music anymore. Like, I think that's the fastest and hardest like Woofle wants to go is like you know, like Mega Man stuff, like what she's doing for Starbuster, which is a religious experience, by the way. Like, the opening to Lab 19 just puts chills in the back of my neck. That is really good. That is peak video game right there. Like, it's no wonder Starbuster is so darn popular on Twitter. Like, you know, the art is great, the music is just on point, you know. And the characters are just great too. Yeah, and that's... Well, I'm glad you think so, Argo. Yeah, we do this for the craft first. It's just nice, you know, that if we're good enough at it, you know, we can pay the bills with it too and keep it doing it. That's what we want. You know, the people who think, you know, artists are these rich, self-important assholes who drive around Ferraris, they got it all wrong. We're not here for the money and clout. We can barely get it. Just... like, you want to be rich, I don't know, maybe be... well, maybe go manage a Walmart somewhere. If you just want more money, like, there's plenty of other ways to go about it. Also, I love this part of the song. This is the most emotionally striking part to me. No, it's okay. Like, sometimes we have a thought that comes to us later. Now, Arco, I think that puts its best. And like, we just need to have our material needs just satiated so we can just focus on our art. You know, that's what we're here for. There's even a lot of software projects that are just about that too. Like, some companies, they just want to keep the lights on and do good, you know, with their software products. Like, look at Linux, you know, a lot of them have corporate sponsors that just keep the lights on. Oh yeah, the pants are baggy around here. That'll do. And I think the resolution here affords us a couple of highlights. That's consume. Yes, consume. That's definitely where art and product becomes a little corrupted, for sure. Oh no, that's not bad timing. Like I just needed a second to read it while working. And I think I do think you're correct because like I think artists like most video game artists, they want to make their games as pretty as they possibly can. Like I know some people who will sacrifice performance for the art even. Like that's why a lot of AAA games have like 30 FPS is like the default frame rate because they want their games to look as best as you can imagine. Like they don't care about us gamers who've been like playing video games for like 30 to 40 years and we're over here wondering like why can't everything be 60 FPS? This is getting on my nerves. And these industry leads are just like, oh, but I want to use all these shaders. I want to have this dynamic lighting system and all these other cool new toys to play with. Like, what's wrong with you crazy people? So, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like, I was getting on a different tangent separate from your point. There are certainly some games out there that tried not to look like pixel art. Like even Earthworm Jim, that one game I like so much and constantly don't shut up about. Like, if you look at it from a casual eye, like you don't look at it and think pixel art, and yet there is like very finely crafted differing effects in everything when you're looking at that much harder. So. So yeah, I think developers at the time did want to push beyond the limits that were pushed on them, and at the time the consoles were a bit too hard to work with, frankly. Like some developers really wanted to push outside the box, and some did so successfully. Like there's a couple of Genesis games that look like they did the impossible, even. Sometimes with a very effective imagination art direction, you can really push beyond the boundaries of the limits that you're given. It's incredible what a truly imaginative artist can do, I think. It was definitely an influence for me too. A lot of Genesis games were really, not just that one. Like, you know, on the Genesis, they had to especially lean more on the art being good because they didn't have a lot of, like, special effects to work with, like the Super Nintendo did. You know, the Super Nintendo, you had all these expansion chips and these crazy sprite rotation and all these other things you could do, and on the Genesis, it's like, if you try to do more than just skewing the sprite over down, you're gonna have trouble. So, I had to get really creative to make the art do the heavy lifting. And they succeeded at it, flying colors, I think. Like, and I agree. Yeah, like games that I think even early 3D games that were very stylized aged better. Like it's kind of a bit funny because like when chasing realism with painting, like you can actually get there and it's amazing. But even like realistic painters will tell you that like if you want to do like fantasy stuff, like learning some realism has a lot of value to it, but you'll still want it to be somewhat stylized because you know it's a fantasy setting. It's just like you can't make these things truly realistic because they're not real. These creatures don't exist. So ultimately everything you do in art will be stylized in some way. So trying to pursue camera levels of perfection is kind of pointless. And any good painter will not try to do that. So what you'll do is like have like a marriage between realism and the human imagination. And I think that's what makes paintings, like even realistic paintings, just beautiful and distinct on their own compared to photographs. And I've seen some paintings that I would argue just, you know, couldn't be replicated by a photo. Like the hyper realism on certain character details just can't be captured by a camera. maybe and like paintings of like scenery at night. Cameras are not very good at capturing certain things. So, it isn't to say photography bad or anything. Just like each medium has different advantages. And with painting, I think paintings are served best when they're not trying to be like photographs. They're trying to reflect how we envision the world around us. And I think that's beautiful. And yes, I do grow to appreciate the imperfections in art. Like even the best art is still not going to be perfect. And even in music, like you go to concerts and you hear these musicians playing songs live, like they're going to get a couple of things wrong. Like you'll be able to hear certain mistakes, but you're still there because I think we've almost grown to take for granted just how precious and beautiful live music is because of, all of our pre-recorded stuff. So, people go to live events because, it's not every day you get to hear these instruments being played in person. And it captures your ears and your heart in a way that a recording simply can't. You basically, with each concert you go to, get to hear a unique take on the same song you've heard before. It's beautiful. Yeah, and I'm worried I couldn't handle that either. I have no idea where my sensitivity is. And I do have earplugs for such things too, but I don't know if I could handle the crowd or the loudness of it all. So I'd probably go to live orchestras. That would probably be the easiest on me. Hello, Nitro, and yes, I think you nailed it right on the head there. Yeah, just accentuating our perceptions of the world. That's what art is all about. Yes, that I think is what art's all about. Even photography can do that to some effect too. But at that point, it is also art. It is an art form. The photograph didn't replace the painting. Both mediums have their advantages, and it's just beautiful. And sometimes when I look at photos, I think wow, a real human being went out there and photographed this rare moment in nature. It's just, it's a sobering thing. For me, at least. Yeah, I could see that being, physically or emotionally, mentally or emotionally disabling. Because, some time ago, in the hospital, I was working in the adult ER. I felt overstimulated because there was the intercoms going off because there was a flood on floor 2, and then there was also a fire, so the fire alarms were going off. The intercoms were being loud and informative, and there were some people screaming in pain, and I was so overwhelmed by noise that when it was my time to go to lunch, I just went to lunch. I just got overwhelmed. I couldn't handle it. Just too much noise. Too many different kinds of things going on at once. And then when I got back, one of the units was flooded with water. I was like, well, it's a shame I wasn't here for that. I hit my limit. So, yeah, I can imagine how a concert would feel for you trailing that. It was stressful, and I can imagine a concert would probably do that to you as well, just depending on the context. Again, I'd love to see a live orchestra, but I don't know if I could handle a rock concert, I just don't think I could, personally. Especially if, there was a mosh pit or something going on. There would just be so many different things happening all at once. It would be both beautiful and human, but also scary at the same time. Oh, hey, there's Serpentine's theme. Aw. I'm sorry to hear that. I guess you probably prefer like fighter events. Like I've occasionally like seen like Japanese karaoke cafes where it was just like somebody playing a guitar in ocarina, and much smaller venue, and it was very humble and beautiful to watch. It's just a recording. It was beautiful. You'd probably prefer like those smaller live events, probably. Without like 2,000 people cheering and screaming and multiple speakers everywhere, and loud flashing lights. So yeah, there's probably a way for you to enjoy live music. It's just probably not the concert setting. Oh Lord. There are times where I think it'd be cool to go to like Hatsune Miku concerts, but I don't know if I could deal with that many anime fans all sweating and cheering in the same space. Yes, they make musicians' earplugs that basically reduce your decibel intake by like 15 to 20 decibels without changing the frequency of the sound. So you can still hear everything around you. It just feels like you turned the volume on the world down a little bit. Obviously, you can't use that to block machine noise. Like, machines are really loud. There was one person on Amazon who reviewed my musician's earplugs that I have badly because, like, he tried like using them for his motorcycle, and it was just like, sir, this is for like listening to and playing musical instruments without damaging your eardrums. This is not for your motorcycle. Like, please get some like good earmuffs for that, please. Just Oh, I'm glad you got to see that. That's like, I would have loved to have been there for that too. Like, I still love Crush 40's music. They've really left a very positive impact on the Sonic series, as well as all the other Sega games I've worked on. It's really nice that they're still like touring around and doing things for the fans. That's really cool. One of my friends recently told me that, for the concert they went to recently, the Sonic concert, like they did an acoustic version of One Way Dream. It was like, I cried just thinking about that. That's beautiful. Just, wow, that's like so many people showed up. It was just like, you know what, let's just add this at the end of it. Like, wow, that is really cool. Each event is pretty much its own precious thing. I'm glad you got to see that for yourself. Oh yeah, that's right. This is. Wait a minute. Like, for some reason, I was listening to Murga's theme and thinking, wait, isn't this Brevon's theme? I was like, oh no. I just had a brain not working moment. Oops. Don't you just love that? Also, let me get something to drink real quick. This. I can't believe I started the stream without even checking my drink first. There we go. I'm running my mouth so much. There we go. Anyway, let's get Zhao's other leg sorted out. Pretty messed up, I think. So yeah, I'm real happy you got to experience that, but it must have been amazing. Like, I love sonic music myself. Like, it's very influential to me. That's a funny thing to think about, Nitro, that the pubs would be louder than the concerts. Were they just playing really bad audio setup, etc., etc.? That's what I want to know. Just if you're louder than a concert, something is wrong. Sounds like they could use a couple audio engineers or somebody to help out. That's not good for our eardrums. You know, if you want to keep enjoying music well into old age, like, you can't deal with that much noise. Those mycelium hairs just, they don't grow back when you burn them out, so. That's a weird paradox, yeah. Like, I remember when I worked in food service, like, you know, by corporate policy, we were supposed to always play exactly the same songs at exactly the same time as every other Jason's Deli restaurant across the U.S. Is kind of weird. Just like, okay, so we have to literally play exactly the same music, even with all those different time zone shenanigans. This is nuts. And we would try to do it, but most often, the music was just straight up turned off because people would complain they can't talk to each other over the music. So, yeah, I didn't have to most of the time deal with like the same monotonous, terrible licensed music on repeat loops because, you know, the customer base is just like, well, I can't hear my family talking over this loud music, turn it down. And anytime we turn on the music, people would immediately complain. You know, people go to restaurants to talk to each other and share food. They don't go here to have their eardrums blasted out by, you know, the cheapest music that corporate was willing to license out. And the cheapest pop music sometimes. You know, it's not what they're here for. A good atmosphere doesn't need loud, crappy music. Oh my god. Well, there was like some country, but mostly it was just like really old stuff that must be cheap to license out by now, like, you know, a couple of Steve Winwood songs and some others that I don't even want to mention the name of because I find them so misogynist. Just this old garbage that should not be on the radio anymore. But there it was on the playlist, and people were like, turn that off. So yeah, thanks to the customers complaining about the music, I didn't have to also complain about them as the employee. I was grateful that I had other problems rather than just, you know, the same 3 Christmas songs on a loop during Christmas as well. You know, just so many people have to deal with. So terrible. And now that I work in a hospital, I don't have to deal with any loud, crappy, repetitive music being played because, you know, just the work environment needs to be quiet so patients can, like, you know, heal. Because, you know, if your brain's constantly stressed out, it's not going to help your situation, you know. Yeah, I don't have to deal with that. And it makes me feel a lot less like a, you know, just a cog in a corporate machine. You know, just not having, you know, the worst aspects of American consumerism shoved down my throat and my eardrums the whole time I'm on the shift. You know, just please, none of that. Like, you do occasionally hear somebody playing music on your speakers at like the nurse station, but, you know, these people actually have good taste. That helps. No, I agree. I do love Christmas music, but, you know, the kinds that they play on, you know, retail stores are usually like the worst versions of the songs that I like, and it's even more grating. Like, come on, you can't even play the good version? Come on. Just, oh. Just, that was just so sad. I feel bad too, because I remember one time, like a couple of years ago, when I first got this job, and I went to Walmart to get some groceries, and I was talking to a Walmart employee, about the Christmas rush, and I told him, I've been there before, I know it sucks, and I wished him a good shift, and he hugged me. He was just, it felt like he really needed that hug, that encouragement to get through this terrible Christmas season. That somebody out there understands what he's going through right now. Okay, that was a very personal moment between me and another person. Just, the misery of today's working climate unites us in very depressing ways, I think. But it's nice, like it's a bittersweet thing having a moment like that. Oh, they do. Okay. Because I do remember when I worked in food, the sweet people that you serve really make the shift a lot more bearable. It's especially with all the nutty people you deal with. So yeah, like I agree, people could use more hugs more often. We need reminders, because the human brain is very heavily biased towards negativity. We need constant reminders that human goodwill is not constantly skewed towards evil and ill intent. Like, there are lots of good people out there if they're just willing to pay attention, I agree. Money does help with our material needs, but serving people is just a lot better when the goodness that you try to reciprocate is in fact reciprocated by the other person, instead of why didn't you get me my potato in 20 minutes? What was the delay? Oh, yeah, I agree. It does help a lot with restoring our humanity when we feel like we're losing ours. Yeah, I agree. Like, we need our money to cover our needs. Beyond that, it doesn't really do anything to improve our happiness. It can improve our security and some of our anxieties about our future needs that we might have, but it's not deep happiness for sure. Like, the only reason we fight for money is just to have that base level security, so we can then have happiness through other means. So it's like, without money you can't have either, but it's not a complete picture to our personal happiness. Like, I've seen a lot of people who make $100K a year and they're just the saddest individuals you could meet. Like, there's even one guy who had like 2 PS5s, and I told someone else about it, and he was just like, wow, what a sad human being he must be. Like, oof. Ugh. And he was pretty well off himself when he said that and stuff. That was just so funny. Like, if somebody who is not hurt for money can say that, that's just pretty funny. Also, who needs a PS5 anyway when all the games are coming to Steam if you could play them on much cheaper computers? Just Ratchet and Clank, right there on Steam, just go grab it. Yeah, that's what I was asking. It was like, I don't get it either. I still don't get the rationale. And he got scalped for both of them, so it cost way more than retail MSRP. So it's just like, oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you can afford the redundancy, it's good to have redundancy with consoles, I think, because, you know, these, especially as certain consoles get older, they'll break down and you might still want a working console to play with while you're fixing the other. So that's why I have 2 Super Nintendos. Like, I got one right here. It's an original uncapped version. Another one in the TV stand over there. They're just so cheap compared to the American bricks. Like, why not have that redundancy? But, you know, when a console costs you like $600 at retail and you probably got scalped out of $900 for each one, well, yeah, but, like, yeah. Yeah. I will only judge that so much, but also, wow, just, I would be looking for other things to spend that money on, personally. Like, I really want to get back into astronomy and get a good telescope that can, like, see the clouds of Jupiter, you know, just go out at night and enjoy the stars and all the beauty. I think there isn't a single gemstone on this planet that's as beautiful as the stars and the planets that hang over our head every night. Yeah, that's what I would do with, like, spare money. I wouldn't be buying, like, 2 PS6s. Just... yeah. And yeah, it is more understandable for retro, because, you know, again, these things break down a lot as they get older. It's why I have, like, a recapped Super Nintendo, because it was, like, literally $65. It's so cheap, like, why not? And it's got new caps, and capacitors are the one component that breaks down before anything else in my experience. Like, sometimes they literally just explode after like 10 years of use, so it's good to recap your consoles after a while. So yeah, I got a recap one. And I'm like playing that one instead of the original uncapped one that I have, because I just don't know, like, this console is literally as old as I am right now. Literally the same age, almost just a year's difference. Those caps could explode any day now. So yeah, I'm just like keeping the uncapped version. I'm probably going to cap it myself at some point. But, you know, it's good to have spares. I do think the PS5 is, like, good for one thing, and that's, like, being a better PlayStation 4, but yeah, if you bought it, like, expecting it to be, you know, a true next generation leap, you know, with a rich library of great exclusives and imaginative sequels and new IPs, you know, like prior PlayStations were. Well, no. Sony's too busy chasing that freemium or free-to-play pie. Just kind of forgetting about all of the IPs and games that brought them to the legacy they have today. That's why I don't have a PlayStation 5. It's like, I don't want to reciprocate your decision making here, Sony. You chopped off backwards compatibility with the PS1, like with the PlayStation 4. That already made me mad. And the rationale is like, oh, people don't play retro games as much as they do new games. And I'm like, well, gee whiz, I think a 3-year-old could have told you that. You know, all those thinly veiled excuses are just that. They know what they're doing. He is a successful politician. Yeah, I'm weary of the cloud gaming stuff myself, Traylina. I'm especially weary of Xbox going in that direction, like Microsoft really wants to. Just, yeah, Xbox is going to be a dead box next generation if they want to go with like an ARM-based cloud computing console where, like multi-billion-dollar corporations have tried time and time again to bring cloud gaming to the masses, and nobody's having it. Like, internet's just not good enough across the world. The infrastructure is just not there yet, and the latency is going to be bad no matter what you do. Like, you literally can't defeat the speed of light. You can't. There's no way around that. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely just to benefit them. Like, they want a version of reality where they don't ship you physical media or products anymore. That costs money. That's like material costs. They want to just produce the game and rent it to you for money. This is what they want. Microsoft's even like borderline encouraging like retailers to get rid of all their physical Xbox stuff, just like selling controllers and gift cards. Console, like that's about it. Practices like that are killing GameStop and other retailers that we're so familiar with. They want their all-digital future so bad. Just kind of glad that Nintendo's consoles exist over there, and raking in all the money that these execs just cry themselves to sleep at night, like, God, I wish that were me. Just Nintendo over here proving, yeah, people still want to pay full price for a one-time purchase of a single-player game. They still want that. They still want that very badly. Even. Like, no, like, don't put a login and a server queue waitlist between me and my games. Thank you very much. Even when the stuff is good, like, look at MMOs, people complain all the time about getting kicked out of the game because the server queue's full. They have to wait an hour or so for more people to stop playing the game so they can then play it. I'm like, and y'all want us to play single player games this way? Like, no thanks. Even when infrastructure is good, that problem is never going away. And yeah, Trey, I 100% this. I'm with Nitro on that one. Like, it's kind of a shame that video game rentals kind of died with Blockbuster, honestly, because I remember that being really cool as a kid. Like, there are certain games I only ever got to try as a rental because, my dad was broke, he couldn't afford everything. So yeah, it was pretty cool being able to try certain games before, like, putting them on the Christmas wish list, or at least just getting to satiate my curiosity and then not caring about putting them on the Christmas list. You can't really do that anymore. I think Gamefly is pretty much dead, isn't it? Among other things. I think the concept of the video game rental has kind of been corrupted a little bit. It's a shame. Okay, so we could add a little more shading to this. Not too much. And just looking at the original statue and my upscale of it, I'm trying to figure out where it would be appropriate to add more details, because if you lose the forest or the trees, you're going to get the Jesus painting again. We don't want that. We want something that looks like a proper homage to the original, respecting its original intentions artistically. We don't want to recreate the statue covered in Vaseline. Just no, that's not what we do here with art. Yeah, but that really doesn't. I think, that could even be a good argument for cloud computing, and that it could, like, give us rentals like we could originally enjoy. Because, you're streaming the game, but, again, it shouldn't be the only option. There was a point where I thought about just trying out Halo Infinite with, like, Microsoft's cloud streaming. I thought about it. It's like, I'll just wait for it to go on sale. Then it went on sale for $20 at some point. It's like, oh yes, I'm getting that campaign. 3 months later, I have not touched it beyond the first 2 hours. Because I'm a fickle human being. And yeah, buyer's remorse. Like, was a very engaging 2 hours, and I did want to go back to it. It's just like, oh, there's so many good games to enjoy, and I wouldn't have so much time to play them all. So it's like, oh, it's tough being an adult having to make those choices. You can't just like buy a game, binge it for 10 hours, and be like, oh yeah, that was great, and then binge it for another 2 weeks, and then move on to the next game, and then keep going back to the one we were just playing. You can't do that as an adult. That's why, like, some people, like, when a new Halo game comes out, they'll, like, put in their PTO time for, like, 2 weeks, and they'll just drink that game in, like, when they were a teenager, you know. And I think that's probably the best way to do it. Of course, my vacation time's a little bit too precious for me, so I'm not doing that with new game releases. Just, I think I'm still sitting on 3 weeks worth of vacation time, but I'm not going to blow that on like one video game. But I respect that some people can do that. They probably get more vacation hours than I do. Like some people get to take like two 2-week vacations a year almost, it seems. I don't get to accrue vacation hours that quickly in comparison. Also, how are you doing today, Nitro? It's good to see you here. Just curious. Oh no, I'm not done with this left arm. What's wrong with me? Yeah, the arm does curve this way, but I think I made it too thick still, so there we go. Oof. Oh, I hate those so bad. Okay, just I hope you have a nice shower training. Just had one yesterday myself. That felt so good. And my hair's already greasy and losing volume. I got to do it again tonight. Oh. Yeah, sometimes you can't go back to sleep. Like, I got way too much sleep today. Like, I meant to work on this hand game into the wee hours of the morning today because, like, I crashed and fell asleep for most of the afternoon, but then I crashed and fell asleep again, so now I'm, like, tanked up on sleep. So I'm probably going to keep the Discord side of today's stream going to, like, 3 a.m. or something. We'll make up for it. And I do get an extra day off this week because, like last year I worked for 4th of July, and this year won't be like, we have rotating holidays where I'll work, which is pretty nice because, like, sometimes you get Christmas off, sometimes you don't, and it's more fair to everyone, especially when you get like a slim crew. And you've got vacation, like, holidays you can plan around, basically. Much nicer than food service where you just need to be available at all days of the year. But yeah, I don't have to work this 4th of July, so that's pretty nice. Really should check the schedule again, because I know I took a picture of it a little while ago. Let me just check. No, that's some. I took a lot of pictures of memes at work too. There's some really funny ones. Also, they put posters out here like this one, just like, do you remember VHS tapes? It may be time to schedule your colonoscopy. Yeah, that's just funny. Where is that schedule? Like, my supervisor did directly tell me I'd be off for the 4th, but just in case I didn't get the memo. Oh wait, that's right. I remember last year I was supposed to work 4th of July, and then I didn't because of miscommunication. And my program director was not upset with me because, like, well, that throws everyone off. What, work holiday? What does that mean? So, yeah, that's right. I was supposed to work. Like, that's why I was confused for a second, because I was like, wait a minute. I don't remember working 4th of July last year, so don't I work? that day this year too. Like, oh yeah, it was last year, and oops, I made an oopsie. Just didn't show up because I messed up. But it was okay. They understood, and it wasn't a bad day for them, so literally didn't hurt me. And any absentee points we accrue throughout the year, they're wiped clean every year, so that isn't coming back to bite me. Yeah, so, whoops. Now, this job is just so casual about that stuff compared to when I worked in food. Like, you know, if I was supposed to work in the forest and food service and didn't show up, like, oh, I would have gotten chewed out and written up and all this other stuff. Would have been so bad. Just, why couldn't we reach you? Just like, I don't know, I didn't have my phone turned on. Yeah. So yeah, I was like, yeah, this is my 4th of July off. So yeah, I'll get to do more game development stuff on the house, basically. And next week, I'll probably still put in some PTO time, because one thing I've been trying to do to expedite this fan games development is like using at least 8 hours of my PTO time once a month at the very least, so that at least for 1 week out of the month I get 4 days off instead of 3. That helps me sprint a little bit closer towards our goal. I didn't need to do that in June because I got sick multiple times, had to go to the emergency room. I got COVID, I got like nasty constipation that needed some medical intervention. I got what else did I get? Yeah, I had like 3 ER visits in a relatively short time. Yeah, like most of those were in the spring, but this one was in the summer. And when I got COVID, like they gave me the whole week off, and they even covered for the holiday that I was supposed to work on. So I got an extra $200 in my paycheck instead of like losing money. That was really cool. So I got to recover from COVID peacefully and work on the game as much as I wanted to. Thankfully, my reaction to COVID was like mostly asymptomatic. I was just like, God, why don't these sniffles go away? This is irritating. Then I get tested and it's like, oh, yeah, you have like one of the worst respiratory viruses on the planet right now. That's why everything sucks. So I just had to, I got a doctor's note for most of the week. So yeah, I got some things done during that time. Yeah, that's why I didn't pull any PTO time during June, because I had to pull so much sick day time. It's just like, you know, like people I worked with were missing me bad enough during all that. So yeah, just it would have been kind of cool to my to the staff I work for to have been absent for so long just because of having so many health issues, and then you want vacation time. Now that's like pulling some teeth right there. Like they don't think it's a problem. It's like, well, we'll figure it out. And I'm like, I don't want to put you in that position too often. So yeah. So yeah, so just once a month I'd like to put in some PTO time just to sprint towards this game. And yeah, hope you have some fun, Glover. I know you love Sniper Elite. Glover is scary in Halo, by the way. I played a little bit of ODST with him and just kind of watched flies drop around me. It was like, oh my god, like, he was actually having to hold back so that I would have anything to shoot. He was just the plague. Even on Heroic, he was like the plague on the brutes. So funny. Yes, that's you. That's the keyboard warrior. Yeah, Glover's pretty good at those games. And... oh, that's interesting. Trashed you twice. I'm especially scared of Glover in multiplayer because, like, I just run up to him thinking, oh yeah, I got him now, and then he headshots me 5 times without missing and I die. It's like, oh my god. It's fun to try to nail him. Because you're gonna die a lot trying, but it's so funny when you can nail a shot with him. That's the kind of multiplayer experience I like, where I feel like you know, there's so many vectors of chaos, and you've got some people who will keep you on your toes. Like, that's the most fun, especially when everybody has a good attitude about it. Like, that's just the best thing. Oh, now we're getting into the beta music on the soundtrack. Yep, that's clever, alright. See that group of enemies over there? Points towards already dead group of brutes and grunts. Already dead. Yes. I'm reminded of the quote where, like, the grunts are like, you see him? Like, he would have already been dead when he tried to say that. Do you see him? And then he looks to his comrade, and his comrade's already dead, like, oh, I guess he did see him. A little too late. Time to run. Nope. Dead men don't see no nothing, that's what they say. For some reason, I'm reminded of that one D&D campaign I heard about where a guy was playing an ogre with like no stealth, but his intimidation was so high that it functionally acted as stealth. He'd be like, "You don't see Grog," and then the guard's just like, "I don't see Grog. I don't see Grog. I don't see Grog." He is so terrified. He just pretends he didn't see him. D&D players are creative, y'all. Be careful. They had to be laughing their butts off for that session, I swear to God. I don't play in D&D, but I respect the craft. Oh, what? That's a scary mental image, Clever. Like, you know, the grunt asks asks his buddy, "Do you see that group over there? The Master Chief is right there," and he's like, "What group?" It'd be such a funny mental image. I'm reminded of Shrek when he said, "Yeah, you and what army?" and the army was just gone. Nobody wanted to fight the ogre. Nobody. Like, I still love that scene. It is just endlessly amusing for me. I think we can get away with some anti-aliasing around the legs. Now that they're so big, they could use a little more shading. Oh yeah, that's right. This is Shinlin Park. I think I like this more chill version. Just neat. Yes, you do, Clever. Element of surprise is everything in guerrilla warfare, really. If you don't have that, then yeah, you ain't got nothing, really. There we go. Here I'm still polishing parts that were already polished, and then I still don't have his hand. It's very nicely foreshortened hand over here unpolished. Maybe I'll fix that. Nobody can see me if there are no witnesses. I like that cover. That's the attitude right there. I think that's like the chaotic way to play Hitman games is to like be so brutalistic that, well, it's like you're functionally stealthy because everyone who sees you dies in some horrifically comical way. One of my cousins showed me once in Blood Money that you could kill somebody by like putting some high-powered explosives in a bucket of chicken, and then when the intended target picked it up, it just blew parts of the building off with the guy. It's like one of the reasons that game is so particularly famous in the genre, because there were just so many ways you could take out the target if you were creative enough. The game would reward your creativity with like all these hilarious assassinations. Well, obviously in the real world, if somebody died in circumstances that weird, that would be too suspicious, but it's just fun that a video game would allow you to do that. It's just fun. What track is this one? Avian Museum. I didn't know it was going to be even slower at some point. I think I do like the final version more in that case. But I think like this version of it is so chill, it could have been a cutscene track. Like it absolutely could have been. Still thinking about that bummer if nobody could see me or there are no witnesses. Oh yeah, this was meant to be thickened with like some anti-aliasing. Oh no, I didn't. I forgot all about that. I meant to, I just forgot. How about we listen? Do you want me to listen to it on stream? I would put up the privacy filter first, of course, so that nobody can see our DMs. Okay. Alright, y'all. I'm going to show you the privacy screen again. You didn't see anything. I see more stealthy people. Let's go to Glover's DMs. Open this up on SoundCloud. Close Glover's DMs. Close the privacy filter. There we go. I still love the penguins from that movie. They were the best part of it. Let's pause this and listen to this chill spy music. How convenient, spy music. Composed by Woofle, no less. Here we go. Alright, let's give that a listen. And it's pretty topical because, you know, Woofle's compositions are very Freedom Planet-y. Seems I knocked my Genesis controller down while picking up the Super Famicom. I'll pick it up later. Oh. Hello there. It's been a while. You know, this would be really good cutscene music. Now that I think about it. Lover, if I have any reason to like put some of your characters in Shane the Architect and like later parts of the story cutscenes. Like, this would be a perfect song to introduce them. Like, I'm pretty sure there might be an opportunity to incorporate them like into like the post jungle cutscenes. Yeah, this would be perfect for them. And composed by Woofle, no less. It'd be authentically Freedom Planet-y. Yeah, that was pretty good. Very spy-ish. Ooh. I love the Phoenix Highway betas, they're pretty good. Especially 2, like the second take on it is just so good. I'm sad it's not the final version of the game. So sad. Not sad enough to complain about it until I get banned like some people, but I'm sad. But hey, that's what mods are for. You can like just get the PC version of FT2 and play it that way. I probably will get the music changer mod at some point. It's just to slap some of the beta tracks that I prefer in there. Not to like cram unrelated music, because like you can't really vibe to a game that is using music that wasn't originally intended for it. You know, I really like to respect the original musical direction as much as I can. This man can't be stopped is pretty accurate. I joke. Yeah. More Nito than a Cheeto. Local Duke cannot be stopped. Florida man? What about Florida Duke? I suppose the fact that this fan game is based on the Shangmu region really speaks for my biases. It's like I really loved Fortune Knight and Freedom Planet 1, so naturally with Phoenix Highway being on the border of Shangmu, I really like this track too. Gotta be careful not to overdo it with the highlights, because it could give the wrong implications of the kind of texture you want to go for. In fact, I may have went a little too hard on the dark shading. Let's try to reduce it a little bit. When it comes to art, you can eyeball it as much as you want, but again, I'm trying to respect the original art direction here. That's the intention. Just enhancing what's already there. Like, I don't believe, you know, anything I do is superior to the original game or anything. Like, I see nothing but ways that my fan game could be more authentic to the original, honestly. So when people tell me like, oh, this is better, like, no, you don't have the artist eye to see the shit that I do. You don't, friend. You do not. You say that with blissful ignorance you do not understand. Just cease with your heresy. And that's not the kind of attitude we operate with in any good-spirited industry either. Like, it's not a competition about who's better than the other. Like, even, you know, like in SpaceX and Boeing Space, like, SpaceX people were texting the Boeing people like, hey, this is really cool, we're happy you had a successful launch, you know. The spirit of competition is not so tribalistic. It's about all of us getting to the end goal together in our own individual ways. In a way, I think. I think the closest thing to proper competition I see in the commercial space is when like there is a new genre that's exploding on the scene. Everyone's competing to like get their own slice of the pie, but it's not like they're trying to be the biggest part of the pie. They just want a piece for themselves. So even then, it's not really like competition in the sense that people mind to it. Oh, for sure. And I think it speaks a lot to the spirit of science too. That the Soviet and American scientists could just work together on these grand projects, and despite the political opposition that both countries were facing with each other. And that was the intention too behind those collaborations, just to show that there is a way for the human species to operate without any concept of bound like lines on maps or or conflicting ideologies. We could do that if we had the will to. And those are the kinds of things that inspire me. Yeah, it's not a competition of domination. I think that puts it very succinctly, Argo. Yeah, no competition is about dominating, for sure. Well, no healthy competition, anyway. I feel like the worst competitions are whenever like everybody's racing towards the bottom of the barrel. Just it's a whole other thing, though. Now, this is my favorite one right here. I just love the For Tonight reference. It's so nice. When I first played Freedom Planet and I got to For Tonight in the mall, like it just triggered so many good memories about shopping in malls as a kid. And I just loved the thoughtful attention to detail in that stage. The foreground and background gimmicks were just so tightly married together. Bouncing off the umbrellas, running across pianos, floor pianos, and then when I accidentally discovered, characters dancing. Like I just kind of stared with delight for a whole minute, just watching Lilac dance, under the disco lights. That was just one of the most extra things I'd ever seen in a game, and it was so inspiring. It's those little sparks of joy that have brought us here to this fan game being made. Duke, love him. Duke is the new Chad. Oh Lord. That's a funny thought right there. Add a little squiggle here. Let's see. I think this is turning out good so far. Still got to work on most of his face, and then updating his hat. That's going to be the big thing. And we need to add his eyebrows too. Get something great. Hat is still on a little bit. Spill-proof cup is only spill-proof in certain contexts, it seems. I need a wipe on this, my hand's all sticky. I don't want the stereotype of the, the sticky Cheetos covered gamer mouse, That's not what I want. That's just nasty. Oh, let's wipe my mouse too while I'm thinking about it. I got really self-conscious about that at the moment. Did I click on anything? I don't see anything on this stuff. Alright. Oh, and yet the Genesis controller is at my feet right now, because I didn't quite organize my layout like I should have. Oops. Alright, so where were we? Let's get this hand sorted out. See, we can spend nearly 2 hours on just getting this sorted out. Maybe in the next 15 minutes we'll just have this done. Let's hope so. Because I would like to spend the next hour of the stream working on other stuff. Gotta have variety for people interested in streams. Well, the casual viewer, of course. I know y'all dedicated people gonna be here regardless. Got that neck. That's good. Don't worry about the muzzle. We got that part down. I do like Tiger Falls. It's an interesting stage. Like, on one hand, the person in me who wants like every stage to be like a unique biome is just like, oh, but what if this was like in the winter or something? The fall, just any kind of different biome. But on the other, it's such a good stage. I can't complain about us getting like 3 green stages in Freedom Planet 2. I can't complain too much. Yeah, I wasn't too crazy about the Mega Man X stuff that made it through the game, but the levels are still brilliant. Like, even I've got to recognize that. I think any indie developer who loves making platformers should actually even take notes from FP2 levels. Like, there's some good stuff in there. A lot of moments of genius, I think. You'll never hear me complain about that, so... well, I do wish Tiger Falls had maybe a fall color theme to it, like that little missed opportunity much. Especially considering, like you're about to go into winter in Shui Gang. But, still a great level, and I love its gimmicks, and the kinds of gimmicks it used was better handled than the way I've seen other games do the same thing, so yeah. You have to recognize the merits of anything. I'm trying to make a more objective opinion. Not all opinions are going to be objective, most of them are very subjective. That's okay. I guess as a game developer it behooves me more to be objective. Whereas for like somebody who's like a casual gamer, they're just gonna like play off their tastes. It's pretty valid. But for me, I have to like be more objective because like everything I play is gonna inform my design decisions in one way or another. Like, we don't make video games in vacuums. Again, this goes back into the spirit of true competition, like I was talking about earlier. Like, Sony's own CEO had like 2 Wii U's, for instance. Game developers play each other's games all the time and steal ideas from each other. Like, okay, we can do that too. Just like nothing is made in a complete vacuum. Nintendo seems to find a way to do it somehow, but. For the most part, everybody is working together to make their respective genres better. It's never it's not a brutalistic, tribalistic competition. So yeah, who's the better one? Or who's the better yellow one if you like Spark? I think Spark is a neat game too. Really goofy and cheesy, but I think we love a little bit of cheese now and then. Nothing wrong with that. As long as the game can embrace the fact that it's cheese, and I think that makes it better. Spark. Now that is truly cursed, Argo. Now I want to make a cursed version of Spark as well to go on with Snork. That would be so funny, just like Spork and Snort just laughing and guzzling gasoline with each other. Just shuffling their feet into the sunset. Everyone's so confused and bewildered by what they're saying. Spork will eat batteries. That's a funny thought, oh my god. Well, that means Spork would be more environmentally friendly than Snort. In some ways. I've got the mental image of him doing Tom and Jerry thing where, like, Jerry takes on the shape of a piece of cheese when he swallows it whole. I feel like Spork would do that too, but with batteries. Just like car batteries. Just swallows it like an alligator. And it turns into a square for a second. You're giving me so many bad ideas today, Argo. Don't you just love bad ideas? And for those who don't know what Snork is, good bad ideas. That is probably the more accurate term, yes. I love good bad ideas. And if you ask Dusky, oh, they love good bad ideas even more than I do. It's probably why 2 gigabytes of Havoc Fox's file size when it's finished is just going to be dancing pug gifs that you can't see off screen. Just like even one of their placeholders for a cutscene background is the Weenie Hut Jr. JPEG from SpongeBob. I just casually made a joke about Venice is gonna go to Weenie Hut Jr.'s, and Dusky was like, yeah, we're gonna use that as a placeholder now until we do the art. And yeah, I may have laughed really hard at that. Oh my lord. This finger is really confusing. Looks like this thumb should be shorter. Oh, nope, I had it wrong. In fact, it is probably almost too short. But it's Zhao, so he has like tiny baby hands. So yeah, that length of the thumb is perfectly valid. Just had to think for a second. It's not unusual for all the art you consume to have some little tiny flaws to it, but no, that was not the case here. I still love this version of Tilegate. I think both versions are good, I just love the vibe this one has too. It's just really good. We could have even used it as like an act 2 for the soundtrack. But of course the stage is one continuous layout, so no opportunities for music transitions. No, don't go too hard on anti-aliasing. I don't want to go too hard on highlights too. very easy to do that. Now, we're gonna have to like add bits of breathable texture to it. Not necessarily more highlights. Make the thumb look pretty noisy. I don't want that. I need a lighter color for this. I don't think we have one in the palette, so. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna like refer to the original art for this. You never want to overdo it with shading either. That's like no good. Like I do want to give it like a little more depth. I can do that without adding more colors, but don't want to go too hard on that. Very easy to do. So I do think like this is lacking depth, so yeah, that'll help a little bit. Creature observation progress. Hello, Alice Vance. Starring you, the creature. I am the creature, to be sure. Okay, no, it's too much. Let's just have like a little anti-alias in here. Not go too hard. The featured creature. I guess that would be Zaya's Shao you're referring to. The creature. The capitalist dog. No, wait, capitalist pig. Yeah, that's what it was. Like, I don't have, like, and I got that from a Ren and Stimpy episode that I watched as a kid. Like, I don't remember much of that show, and I don't want to, frankly. Some of it was kind of traumatizing. Like, too crazy for its own good. But there was one segment where they were part of the space race, and, like, Miss Farmer was just strapping random farm animals to rockets and hoping this one wouldn't blow up, you know, just so they got up to space and encountered the Soviet barn animals in the space race, and so they just pointed at each other, and the Soviet, yeah, like Ren and Stimpy, like, oh, the Soviet dogs, and they were literally dogs, and then the Soviet dogs pointed at them and said, capitalist pigs, and they started fighting. Oh, that's great news to hear, Alice Vance. That would greatly change things for you. Wow. And you've done everything you can for your family over there, where you're at now, so might as well take the opportunities you can to better yourself. And yes, Argo, yeah, that was pretty funny. One of the less surrealist episodes, probably, even. Again, I have no interest in going back to watch that show. I would probably walk away needing to talk to my therapist again. Just, it is so unhinged. One episode, they got swallowed by a creature so big they fell infinitely for screaming until they were old men, basically. Like, I think one of the characters may have even married one of the other creatures that were also falling down there. It was really weird. you don't want to see anymore that I've described. Just nope. It was definitely from a time when like cartoons were, as far as like Beanie and others have told me, like there was a time when like rating boards for children's shows were like way too strict, and then once those restrictions started to be lifted up a bit, the cartoonists just went ham with it. And then the leaves grew tight again. They're like, okay, y'all are getting too crazy. We're gonna have watershed hours like Adult Swim. There we go. There's our compromise. But yeah, just that era represents a time when cartoons were effectively off the leash and off the hook mentally as well. just so crazy. And I hope you take that offer, Al stance, that it works for you. Because, yeah, like one of the reasons I moved to Chattanooga even was just like all the employment opportunities here. It's still pretty hard for me to find employment as a transgender person. There have been times where I was very obviously discriminated on because, my legal name is still male. Gotta sort that out. So that definitely hurts my opportunity somewhat. But like I still have a chance here because there's still like quite a few very openly supportive employers who are looking for LGBT people. Like they can't afford to be picky, and they're not going to be. Like, and I did like need to improve my interview skills too as well. So there were some opportunities I lost because I didn't interview well, and some where it was just like I gave it my best shot, and they were still like, well, yeah, I picked someone else over me. And then another opportunity where it's like, hey, you could be a manager at Claire's, but you'll have to work 16 hours. And I'm like, I would rather jump off the mall than do that. Sorry. Like, just gonna straight up offer me a chance to work as a manager, but the hours were so insane. I was just like, I want to die just thinking about that. No, I work to live. I don't live to work. It's just not my rationale. So yeah, so getting this hospital job was just great because like, like the hospital's whole deal is like being more accepting and supportive of the LGBT community. Like they especially wanted to like improve the odds of LGBT people coming to the doctor even, because like there's a lot of LGBT people who don't go to the doctor about a lot of their ailments because they fear discrimination for being mistreated. So like, yeah, if you break an ankle or something, they're probably not going to go see anybody about it, and that's bad for everyone's health. So by like reducing discrimination and shaming people for being LGBT or fat, things like that, they're hoping to improve the health of the community. So yeah, I got super lucky with this job. And I have an actual work schedule that that I can plan my life around. Like, that's very important. Like, most non-skilled labor jobs in this town and most of the US, frankly, is like flex schedule. And that's not great, when you've got multiple things going on in your life, and you can't just like untangle all of that on a moment's notice. It's just way too disruptive to a normal, healthy life, I think. So yeah, I really appreciate just having a schedule that you have to literally sign and consent to on paper. Like, yes, I agree, this is my schedule, and I will uphold it. I will show up on these days that y'all have assigned me for. I'll hold at my end, just that's very hard to find. So, I feel very fortunate in that regard. And wouldn't you know it, that improves my attitude on the job a lot. Like, previous jobs, I just felt like literally only going there because I needed money. And it sucked so much. up my my spirit. Here is so much better. So yeah, is there loss Argo for sure. Okay. It's just terrible to think that any doctor would discriminate on patients like this, but it does happen. There's not that many legal barriers stopping them, like discouraging them from doing that still. So it's taking some policy work at the private level right now to try to normalize that and improve things. And hopefully the legislation will get better in that regard. I hope. Yeah, I was trying to think about where were we before I got on that tangent. Oh yeah, how I came to this town for job opportunities, yeah. Yeah, being here has definitely improved my employment opportunities. And even though I did have issues with getting jobs still, like I got like 20-something interviews for the times I was looking for this job I have now, which helped really improve my interview skills. By the time I interviewed for this job, I was just, the HR lady who was interviewing me just had a glowing opinion of me. She was like super happy to hire me. And when I got all the paperwork that I needed to fill out the next day. That was good. I left the best imaginable impression you could have, especially considering that morning that I went to interview, there was like several other people who were supposed to show up and they just didn't, or made up excuses why they couldn't be there. And I was the only one who showed up, and I had the aptitude for the job. I guess in that HR lady's case, it was kind of hard to find somebody that willing to work, and even that willing to work night shift, because like, oh yeah, night crews are always skinny, I wouldn't mind working that too. And I guess that's when the light bulb went off on their head, like, oh, yep, we got a night shifter for us right here. Finally. It's really hard for us to get night shift people, so and we constantly have people who don't necessarily leave the job, but like switch shifts because they just can't do nights. So yeah. I presented myself as like finding the needle in the haystack, and that made all the difference. I probably still had a good chance of getting that job anyway, because that particular employer couldn't afford to be picky. Employee retention is not great, and they're trying to fix it. They really are. And they're trying to get a global raise worked out for the CVS program too, so that will also be nice. Like, at least it's one of the reasons I stick to this job, because I know the people here actually care about the human component of their employees. That makes such a big difference. They expect you to do your job, but they don't expect you to do the impossible as a human being. They know you are a fragile little meat bag, just like they are. And that's what I look for in employers, like just somebody who can recognize my humanity. Even while still, expecting me to do a job, just not expecting me to be a superwoman. That's nice. That's harder to find than you would think. There's a lot of managers out there who have been like in a privileged position for so long it's warped their optics on life, and they just expect all kinds of implausible things of you as the employee. Like, I've had one job where, like, I won't be specific because, like, not just because, like, I don't have any aspirations to be employed by them again. It's just, like, because I did work with good people, and I don't want that workplace to feel shamed by me bringing this up. There was, like, an area manager, like, in charge of, like, 3 locations, and he was, like, just so far detached from reality. You could almost hear an avocado seed just rolling around in his empty brain case. He was just like the stereotype of the dumbest white guy you know. Just and he was in charge of us. Just kind of undermined all of my GM's decisions to improve our business process. It sucked. It was just not great. So yeah, when I start working on my next video game project in earnest, and I can like regularly commission people, there's a lot of things I feel like I've built up a good playbook for how this should be done and how it really, really shouldn't be done. Like, you know, expecting people to do their assignments in a timely manner, not on time, just timely, you know, etc., etc. Giving people some leeway when they get sick, you know, just, and paying them properly. Like, no, I feel like paying anyone less than $18 an hour now is like, it's infantilizing. Like, you would only pay a teenager like that below that kind of money now. Like, inflation is such a big thing now. Like, you just, even one of my supervisors said, you know, like anything less than $18 an hour, that's like, $18 an hour, guys, like she said, should be like the floor for negotiation. Anything less than that is kitty money. You know, things have changed. So yeah, that's another policy I'm gonna have, is like making sure people are paid fairly for their time. I'm not rich, but I could at least do better than like pay them $9 an hour for like Sonic Mania quality sprites. Like, that's just not gonna happen. It will cost me more, and progress might be slower for it too, but at least my soul will be alright with it. And I'll maintain my bridges too, hopefully. Like, because one thing I really want to have is like, you know, repeat contractors to work with. Because if you have that, like, you have so much more certainty over your future projects as well. Because, you know, there's always going to be somebody who wants to return to work on your things. Like, you can be like, hey, would you like to voice this character again? And they'll be like, fuck yeah, get me on that. Put that character's role in my veins. I am so ready. It's like, that's what you want. And you want to give good people like the opportunity to have repeat business as well, because like what makes the contract artist life work is when you have repeat customers you can always go to. Once you've got repeat customers, you are successful. You can keep your lights on, you can pay your bills, because you've always got somebody who is just super eager to commission you anytime they're open. That's what makes that lifestyle work. Not having like 50,000 followers on Twitter and all this clout and all this other intellectual junk doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. And as far as I've been told on Blue Sky, like, you really can't actually start making money off Twitter until you get like 100,000 follower mark. And yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so yeah, I agree. Like, that professional trust is so important to build. It's so easy to lose too. Like, if you burn those bridges, you're never getting them back. I've learned that. Other people I know have learned that the hard way, and I'm taking those lessons with me moving forward. Got to hold those bridges very close to your heart. Those are going to be like some of the best people in your life, and you got to take good care of them. Not just because both of you have a professional need for each other, like, because professional needs are a revolving door. You know, you can always go somewhere else if you're not getting what you need or want from an employer. That's not hard. But being able to keep your people, now that's something truly special. Oh yeah, that could definitely be a... I think that's a pretty common perception, even that it doesn't help that we have stories spreading around about like, oh yeah, they made Sonic 3 in like 6 months, you know, stories like that, and so you just think developers are just superhumans who can do all this stuff and they're just lazy when they're not hitting that bar. But the more you understand about the craft, the more you see that, like, we have a very weirdly unrealistic lens on that reality. And most of us never realize it because, like, the casual player is not going to be the one interacting with game developers up close and personal. Like, they're just going to see that a product didn't meet their expectations and get mad and speculate as to how it got wrong. And their speculation is going to be wildly wrong and inaccurate, but it's just the human mind desires explanation even when it can't get one. You know how we are. So yeah, it just it just happens, and that human nature does shape how you market video games. Like, on one hand, you can't ever shut up about your game, but also on social media, so you've got to post about it constantly, so people don't forget about it. You know, so it's like it's a constant balancing act informed by how people behave. There's ways to make everybody happy. Just not everyone happy. Oh, absolutely. Sonic 3 was able to build on a lot of prior work, so yeah, of course they could do that. Same with Majora's Mask too. Like they just took all of their framework and technology from Ocarina of Time and built a whole new game with it. Like, yeah, we can build that in a year because they already have all the models and stuff for it, basically. They just made a few new models to keep it fresh, which is a smart move. You can always steal from yourself. As Freedom Planet 2 just showed us, they had this entire background here, unedited, just the exact same thing from P1, just as part of the Battlesphere's background, as Kubo pointed out earlier. What parts have I been modifying? Oh, I think there's not supposed to be a gap between these two, so let's fix that. You know, we stand on the shoulders of giants, etc., etc., I guess. I believe this is kind of accurate. I'll have to look. Like, I do have a bookmark to the Chinese app that could, where you can draw the symbols and see what they mean. So hopefully, yeah, we can just go ahead and see what the symbol is supposed to look like. I have a lot of stuff related to language in here, as you can see. Well, no, not the editable fake error screens. No, we don't need that today. Where is that app? Yeah, here we go. Handwritten Chinese input. And that's the last character I wrote. Let's see. So yeah, let's have a closer look at this symbol and what it's supposed to mean. So we could accurately recreate the symbol on here, because like the exact calligraphy of everything matters the most with Asian characters, I think. Like, you know, you can BS most of the Western alphabet and be just fine, but there's certain nuances to this that you can't get wrong. So let's try this. See if we can get the right character. Okay, and there's the characters that the algorithm thinks it could be. Yeah, I wonder if this is it. I don't know what that means. Then we can go to our English to Chinese dictionary. Here we go. Let's see what the character means. Oh, I need to switch it around. Why isn't this working? I had it working just fine before. I guess I can't translate it. It'd be weird if a character on its own didn't mean anything. We'll figure it out later. Oh, I got multiple games before. A little bit later. Got art to do. 5 plus glory. We'll figure that out later. Right now, just got to get his head finished. Now let's try to get his eyebrows in there too. His big bushy eyebrows. Which I think we could do with a light. Oh. So, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't understand Asian character systems well enough to grasp things like that. So, that's interesting. That some context is still necessary for some of them. Again, monolingual brain. Don't comprehend it. Just Oh, you found the symbol? This means cheat. Well, I would be concerned what the FP Wiki says. Because they probably got it off Google Translate and thought, yeah, that's good enough. I'm still waiting for other people we know who are working on a canon accurate wiki on Mirrorkeys. That should be interesting. Imagine that, a video game as niche as Freedom Planet could get its own proper fan wiki at some point. And be run by good people too. I know it, to be sure. At first I thought I would have to spearhead the effort, but some other cool people just stepped right up, like, yeah, we can do this. Oh yeah, the lines need to be thin right around here. You can use the blue as anti-aliasing. Oh, a little bit of blue. Right. just fix his other eye, which I feel like we'll have to do by hand a bit. Yeah, it won't look in perspective if you just copy and paste it. Oops. Accidentally pulled my earbud out. Drink some more coffee. Yeah. 30-year-olds of this generation are quite different, I guess. If y'all happen to see what cup I had. You like the little funny cartoon animals. Okay, what did this eye look like originally? Okay. So all the shading, like, mostly fill in the eye to give it some darkness. I wonder if there's a color I could make this that would at least help the people stand out. Yeah. Much happier with that. So that we have like some defined boundaries of where that's supposed to go. Oh, almost gave him eyelashes. I'm so used to drawing girls, y'all. Sorry. That would have been an oopsie whoopsie. Attacking what little masculinity this tiny little rat has. Oh man, imagine that. Zhao is the kind of character who needs to overcompensate for everything about himself. Like Lord Farquaad. He's so short, he needs a big hat, etc, etc. And his blimps are bigger than his ego, I'm sure. And that should be sufficient. Oh yeah, that's right. This is why I put that there for reference. It's gotta be big and bushy up here. And taper off like before the edge of the eyelid, but it can't that way. Oh, you hit the nail on the head, Clever. Oh my god. His ego is like a ship's fragile. He doesn't know the meaning of that word. He probably looked at it and thought, wait, fragile? Is that how you pronounce it? It's Italian, surely. It is, isn't it, outstanding? Clever's full of them today. Fragile. Love that part of that movie. So funny. Only certain people could ever be so weird about a lamp. swear to God. I think, yeah, we addressed his eyes. 5+ concern. Zhao's got plenty of that to go around, that's for sure. Legally binding pseudo-jargon. 5 plus concerned me. 5 plus sarcasm. That 5 plus joke has so much mileage on. Would like him to appear at some point in the story, even if only optionally so. Like, he could probably even like make an occasional appearance in the mall. With Libby by his side. You know, she's just kind of annoyed, but trying her best to take it in stride anyway. Because, well, you can't sass the boss man pretty much, now can't you? You're on his pension this time. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he could be shopping for visual novels at the mall. And Lippy's like, well, another one? You already finished the last one? And then the people at the restaurant, like in the mall, are annoyed because like Zhao ordered like 30 hamburgers for a party, and now they ran out of meat. Nobody can get a hamburger. That happens sometimes, y'all. One time my parents went to the drive-thru at McDonald's, and like this one van ordered like so many bags of food. They just kept handing bags through the window. It was just like one bag after another. And then when the car drove off, the employees had to go out and explain, like, look, we gotta cook all fresh meat now, because like this one person just ordered all the stuff we had. Just as that was not a quick dinner. I'm pretty sure Mayor Zhao probably has more statues than he does soldiers. Who wants to bet? Must project your ego. And none of that saved him from murder in FP2. I think it's a missed opportunity that we didn't get to see Marka interact with Zhao in any way. I would have liked her to have been really annoyed with him. Like, just all the hostages she could have picked. This is the worst one, you know. Did it have to be this guy? Did it have to be this little shit? But I think it's enough that we got a really good scream out of Zhao. Just, the absolute scream of terror when she just casually jokes about how red pandas are her favorite snack. At least we got that. Like, that was good. Zhao DLC. That would be a funny deleted scene. Oh my god, like, the thought of Zhao as a playable character is just so cursed. Like, absolutely cursed. I mean, what could Zhao do? You can throw coupons around. Like, I guess he could, like, be a clone of Spade, but he throws coupons at you instead. Yeah. Oh, Argo had the same idea. Oh my god, that's a funny thought, Alistair. It's like him retelling the story and he's like super buff. That is so funny. So, oh my god. Kind of reminds me of like King of the Hill when, like, you know, Hank and his buddies accidentally burned down the fire department, and they each had to retell their version of how the events went down. And it was very comically distorted. Like, and Boomhauer's retelling, everyone talked like he did, like, Daniel, and he was the only one who spoke normal English. I just love how creative writers and animators get sometimes. I haven't seen that painting, Argo, but it wouldn't surprise me if it exists somewhere in the game. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Alice. You know, it's like he would definitely be like Zote from Hollow Knight. And you do have to fight a buff version of him. Because, you know, in Godmaster, probably the only thing I liked about Godmaster, I hated it with a burning passion because it was too hard for its own good, but the one good thing we got out of it was the Zote fight. Because, like, he is just super buff and strong and impossibly difficult. When you defeat him, he's just the same old whimpering baby. Just the thought of a buff Zhao is just mind-boggling. Like, I don't think my brain can handle it. Just gonna blue screen to death in my brain right now. The world is not ready for Zhao, who didn't skip arm day. I think all he'd have to do to bring Zhao back down to earth is just some flavor of reminding him that for all of his money and infinitely no one will ever truly love him or something, I don't know. Will ever love him as far as he is useful to them instead of truly caring about him. That could be his death animation, Argo. He just pops like a balloon when he KOs in the game. He just pops. We're getting awful fan game ideas in here, y'all. Like, truly awful. The world's not ready for that. Oh my lord. If you look at my fingers, how long enough you get 5+ speed. First fan game idea hour. You're having it all. You fly away like a deflating balloon. That is such a funny mental image, oh my god. Just does the earthworm gym thing. Just deflate. Okay, we're almost done shading the thing at least. Almost. Just got a little self-conscious about the eye. It's too far out. Yeah, I think that made more sense when the sprite was smaller. Here we go. Yeah, FP2 is like it's like a trail mix bag, a galaxy trail mix bag, if you will. When it comes to the soundtrack, like it or not. The final version of this track is still good. Just don't mind me loving Take Two the best. Just don't mind it. I am a creature. Oh, there's a question and answers tweet that just released now, or that's an interesting opinion. Most people tend to like boss themes. But I do have to admit, I'm very biased towards FP1's boss themes. They're just so good. Like, I died to Brevin like 120 something times, and I was still going because that music just pumped me up so much. And the fight was very engaging. You can get away with the video game being as hard as nails if the experience is that thrilling, you know? You just have to earn it. And FP1 certainly did for me, at least. There were some ways that I wish it was like more streamlined so that more casual people could enjoy it, but in most respects, that game just felt perfectly tailored to my taste, so I'm not complaining. Was there any answers of note? I think music in video games are very important. If you've got a memorable soundtrack, like that it takes a good game and elevates it above and beyond what it would have been otherwise. Like, just look at Undertale. They have like live Japanese orchestras playing its music now. Can you imagine that? Just hello, trailer. I take it that shower was a bit on the long in the tooth. It's good to have you back. It's always delightful to have my friends and people who contribute to projects on stream. Granted, most of the people who contribute to my projects are also my friends. Oh, here we go. I do like this theme. One thing I did feel weird about with carnivals, what do we call it? Yeah, Zoutman. I thought I wouldn't like it at first, and like, oh no, the carnival level from Sonic 3 again. Oh no. I just wanted to run, but it turned out to be a pretty good level. Kind of redeems the trope of the carnival, I think. That's some really neat gimmicks. And of course the music is great too. So great that our composers are inspired to include arrangements of it in Chain Architect, so yeah. They did pretty good there. wouldn't have thought of like cartoon shows having video game music. Although Bump in the Night did exist, which actually had pixel art in the opening sequence, because like Mr. Bumpy like landed in an arcade machine. One segment. That was pretty neat. I think the video game influences were already starting to seep into other media at that point. It's just an interesting thing to observe. Oh, looks like I'm doing the anti-aliasing wrong for the hat. Because look, there's supposed to be like vertical lines to get the sheen of the hat's metal pieces right. And I was over here just indiscriminately throwing horizontal lines all over it. Just oops. This is why you pay attention to your references, people. Got to. There we go, that should be a little bit more accurate. Then we need to make the top of the hat look a little different too. Oh, that's good to hear, Alice dance. Daily practice painting. Ooh. I think we're making good progress here. I think to the casual eye, at least, we've given it a glow up. It's the professional artist that will probably be like, I see where this could be better, and we'll probably have some revisions happening. Appreciate that, Argo. There's Katie there. I do appreciate that. Okay, so how are we gonna do the top of his hat here? Oh boy. I think artistic nudity is just fine, honestly, because like the naughty bits are never like the focal point of the camera. One reason, like, I don't judge people for consuming porn, but one reason I don't is because I don't like the bits and bobs shoved in my face. Like, I just think that's gross. Like, so, yeah. I'm much more okay with artistic nudity because, you know, a lot of the time with artistic nudity, it can often be like, you know, a very delicate, personal moment, you know, like, you know, a bathhouse with like two people in it, you know, just enjoying time with each other and things like that. I appreciate when the theme of the piece is like about how precious the moment is rather than like, oh, here is big beeps and bobs just right here in your face. You know, just no, not for me. I'm not gonna do this. Oh, yeah, again, I won't judge people for making or consuming that stuff. I was just saying why I don't personally do so. Not bad. Yeah, painting what you see is very important to arts. References is how we improve our artistic shape memory, because it's not cheating, y'all. Very important. Okay, so what could do next? Start. I like trying to replicate this shape in perspective, and then worry about the rest of everything inside of it. So what I should do is like erase these extra details that we don't need. They're going to be cumbersome. Oh, I'd only be afraid of going into those details because, you know, Twitch's policies on adult content can be very harsh. So I don't want any adult to get in trouble for it. But I'm not above, like, exploring those themes, personally. You know, it's a very human topic to explore, I think. And I've grown to like not have any like ill will or undeserved hatred to certain genres of adult media. I think a discerning adult can see that can see things less black and white, like the die-hard religious types would have you believe. So just kind of learn to have a more nuanced understanding of those topics. That's how we work through things together, not by just parroting our parents' talking points at each other all day, like I see on Facebook. So I don't log in there. I ain't there for that. I want to have real dialogues about discourse and human emotions and intimate topics. Not people parroting at each other at the kitty table. It's just that's not how we become better people. So yeah, if anyone wants to talk about like the more emotional aspects of such media, like on the Discord side of the stream, yeah, I'm totally okay with that as long as I'm not getting weird about it. Like that's the key to everything, is don't be weird about it. Anything. There are times to be weird and creepy about certain things, but in most spaces, like, yeah, just don't be the weird crotch gobble. Just don't. I feel like it's kind of like borderline softcore, I think, personally. I think it's pretty much on the edge of it, but it's like, yeah, it's just one step removed from being nude art. But there's plenty of tasteful ways to present swimsuit pin-up, so mean, it's only like softcore if the framing is softcore, I think. There's lots of people who do the swimsuit thing and it looks just fine. Like perfectly fine art to consume, even in a safer work setting. Well, if the internet is twisting and warping your perspective instead of improving it, you might need some different spaces. I think. One of the beautiful things about the information age is we can use it to see beyond our own perspective from our own community. You know, we can look at the world at large and develop a more nuanced understanding of the world. Even just while still being stuck in our own local area, you know, we can grow and expand our perspective. So when certain parts of the internet aren't providing that to me, I do a dip. Like with Twitter, like it used to be a surprisingly interesting space for greater social discourse, and now it's just so full of bad actors looking to make money off of metrics. Engagement, it's not the place it used to be. So I don't talk there much anymore. I mostly chat on Blue Sky if I do talk at all. Especially because the culture there is trying to like discourage people from interacting with trolls. Just like, look, if you can tell that somebody is wanting to have a dialogue with you in bad faith, just block them. Don't give them the satisfaction or the engagement metrics they're looking for. Just don't. And that's helping a lot, I think. Oh, absolutely. You know, people like their eye candy. That can't be helped. But I do feel weird about the Freedom Planet girls being in bikinis. You know, like, especially because, like, there's more than one type of swimsuit for girls. Like, if I ever draw girls in swimsuits, like, especially underage ones, I prefer to put them in those one-piece swimsuits. That's much cuter. Like, if you're gonna draw girls, like, going out swimming, put them in a one-piece. Don't make it weird with the two-piece, you know? Just... that is made for sexual appeal. There's just no dancing around that fact. Just... yeah, so I prefer one-piece swimsuits. And yes, we do have, like, certain political figures needed here, like, from both sides, just to be fair. But, I'm definitely on a little bit more left-leaning, honestly, but there's still certain names of block anyway, just on principle. Like, I'm okay with getting a little political in these chat boxes, but I just gotta keep certain types of creatures mitigated, you know? Just got to. Like, not even allow them to start. That's the idea. It's less about stifling political discussion and more just keeping certain people from ruining the mood. Oh, brother. F-15 Strike Eagle. Oh yeah, if they're winking, that artistic intention is very hard to miss. Because, yeah, people don't wink in real life for the most part, honestly. Unless there's something they really want from you that is not a purchasable commodity. So, yeah. Also, I think this hat needs to be less flat. Well, I'll take a wink from friends. At least, because I know what their intentions are. You can just trust most of your friends not to be weird. That sort of thing. Titanium white wool paint. I didn't know that was a thing. It must be a very bright light. Oh. Yeah, opaque. Oh. I wonder if that kind of color paint's hard to capture on camera. Well, I need an HDR camera for that kind of painting. I'm gonna recreate that ball on the side. It's a bit weird. That's interesting to know. I've never bought any traditional art supplies, so that's all new information to me. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. Yeah, I imagine you have to be real careful working with it then, yeah. But that's the art of the craft, is like understanding how these pigments mix together. And how you can use that to your advantage to create good art. I need to recreate this shape again up here. I can't believe this statue took me 3 hours to shade, but here we are. We now have Zhao in HD. Just big. Gotta make him a big man here. That's a bit much. Sometimes I want to put texture in weird places and it immediately doesn't belong, so I tried. Oh, that's right, he's got a belt now too. If I can even add that in. See every strand of fur goes. There's a YouTube video. Oh, that's a shame to hear. And it's always sad when people who make rare handmade materials like that just retire from it or just don't make any more. There's a couple of ocarina makers that aren't doing it anymore. Like it's getting too old to make that stuff to a certain level of precision. It's not like they're running out of buyers. Like more and more people just want those little clay potatoes, but sometimes the logistics don't work anymore in your favor. Especially, you know, when you're older and whatnot, like, just fair. And a lot of the times it was a side gig for them anyway, not the main source of income. Like an ocarina I got like last year's one from Oberon. It has a very nice even breath curve. It's just so beautiful. Like I hope he keeps making those for a while because I would like a couple more from him. Oh, it does. Nitro. Oh, I mean, there's definitely a market for people who want like hand-painted things, and people who work on traditional art tend to just post a photo, like a very photogenic photo of their traditional work with like pencils they use in everything within the frame, and that's what draws the eyes on social media. Like not posting a scan of the art, just a really high-quality picture of it with all the materials you use to make it. So there's still value in doing traditional, even in today's landscape. Yep, that's you, Glover. Now you see him, now you don't. That's basically how that goes. I'd like to play Halo with you again later in the week since I got a free day off. Now, wouldn't that be fun? I could like do a small developer stream and then afterwards we'd do dumb shit on Halo again. That'd be fun. I really don't play first-person shooters much anymore, but I do still like me some Halo just because of the chaos vectors that game presents, and you know, the aliens are just so funny and charming, and there's so many weapons and classes of enemies to deal with, and vehicles to play with. It's just a big giant sandbox of possibilities you can't imagine sometimes even when you first boot up the game. You don't know what's going to happen when you get in a multiplayer session. And sometimes you get a really interesting moment that's truly unforgettable. It's such a good time. Oh. And that's good to know. Oh, you got all week. Oh. Well, that's good to know for later. Obviously, I need to catch up on developer stuff for the project course because I got some poor quality sleep earlier in the week, so ended up making up for it on Monday. So I gotta make Tuesday count as much as I can. Same for Wednesday. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. The line between the muzzle looks weird. Yeah, that was me trying to like capture this little red spot on the muzzle. I'm not sure. I wasn't quite sure about it either. I think maybe like a different kind of highlight color would fit there instead. Oh, so you're in between jobs right now. Oh yeah, and I'd love it if we could play with Doggo too. Doggo was so much fun. Like when he's engaged with the game, he's just so engaged. It's creates all kinds of fun scenarios. I'm gonna see if I can squeeze his belt into the picture as well, because he does have one, an FP2. Surely can give that to Zhao at least. Use some blues here. Keep it from being all highlights. Yeah, but what we did last time, we just ran through ODST's campaign as quickly as we could. And thanks to Glover, it went by really fast. It was like, wow, basically speed ran ODST. Yeah, maybe you'd like to join in on that, Argo. I'm guessing. I can't think of anything. Personally, I can't. I don't know if that many of this even references Jade Creek. Yeah, it'd be fun to have more people playing with us. Yeah, like, when it comes to games like that, the more the merrier. The more the possibilities stack up. And it's just great. Okay, so I guess we'll need like a different kind of color to differentiate this. And we'll make this like a kind of a silverish highlight on the statue. So, no, I will not do Legendary on AOC. That is just insanity. Heroic, though, maybe. That's manageable. Legendary is just, no, we'll be there all day. No. So, like, I tried to beat that game of Legendary when I was younger, and I just couldn't. Granted, my chances would be better now because I can actually strategize as an adult, but this is not very confident still. No, I don't like Legendary. Halo usually just kind of pushes the game's design limits to their limit, and only a certain breed of player can deal with that. That's not me. I mean, yeah, it'd be doable for Glover, but not for me. I'd be the one falling behind getting shot down a lot. That wouldn't be very fun. I would just be bogging y'all down, even, I would say, on Legendary. Let's see. And if anybody's just casually watching the stream without an account, just want me to position in the chat, and they're just like, wait, why is this developer like talking about trying to expedite the development of this fan game with this shit and that, but you're also talking about playing a game with a friend, you know? What's going on with that? I'm over here, I kind of learned in 2022 that trying to maximize, like min-max the time you spend on game development to such a high degree, like you end up burning all your bridges in the process. And I did burn a couple bridges, like by not, taking care of my relationships in my personal life. I lost a couple of people in real life to trying too hard to get this game out the door quicker. So yeah, you still have to your free time pie throughout the day in my position at least, it's kind of like, okay, like 50%, like I think 40% of it's the workday, the other 40%, like game development, then you got like 25% or something for like friends and sleep. You gotta have all those things in balance, and that's hard. Yeah, heroic is the difficulty I could do. And yeah, just anybody working the chat, just thinking that in your head, I'm like, yeah, just you don't want to do crunch. It's not just bad for your health, it's also bad for your relationships. Crunch just makes your life so much more depressing because you can feel your friends and your family slipping away from you. You feel your sanity and anxiety going out the window. Everything is so much worse. And when you're trying to crunch while working a full-time job too, it's even worse. Like, I would not wish what I went through in 2022 on anybody. So yeah, I do still need to take some time to nurture my friendships, both in real life and in person. Because, like, I would rather, like, cancel this entire game than have no one left to congratulate me when it's done. Like, for real. I've gotta have my friends. I can't just hunker down and only work until my brain falls out the case and it pours out my nose and everyone's abandoned me. Because, like, yeah, just, that's not good. Not a good place to be in. So yeah, it's good to spend a little time with your friends, even if it's just like 20% of your free time pie. You gotta give them some. You never want to leave people feeling like you don't care about them anymore. It's very easy for those feelings to fester in people's hearts and minds. And it's not any particular human's fault. We all get this way. It's so important to maintain the relationships in your life. And there's a lot of game developers in the commercial space who've learned this the hard way too. They've given up so much time with family for so little gain, and it's like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. It's not worth it. Oh, well, that's good to hear. Now, isn't it great when there isn't a Debbie Downer constantly being a downer in the room? Like, I've had to cut certain people out of my life just because they just didn't know when to shut up about the bad stuff. It's just like, hey, you're making me not want to make games anymore, friend. Shoo. Bad news. There are very few people I feel deserve to be called a piece of shit, but anybody who just spends so much of their time disenfranchising and disenchanting you from doing what you love don't deserve any place in your life. They just don't. And they do it, they think in good faith, like, oh, I just need to inject some reality into your veins because you're too optimistic there, pal. And I'm over here like, no. The way you're going about it is not anything that could be perceived as good faith. And that's why my brain was in a very weird place in 2022, why my behavior was so weird online. Because I was still marinating in that garbage without realizing what it was. And yeah, I just kind of spent about a year deprogramming myself and distancing myself from those kind of people. And I just had to distance myself, trying to confront them on it, and just acted like it was my problem. Which is like, you know, we had nothing at all then, didn't we? at nothing together. You can only find company in misery. I almost don't even want to call you human. Go away. So yeah, my passion for game development has been recovering since 2022. Like I've just been reevaluating my relationship with video games and how I consume them, and how seriously I take the whole thing. Trying not to take it so seriously that I end up causing the harm I just went through. You know, don't want that. Yeah, what the hell is all I can say to Argo? Just, what is there really to say? Now let's get the ball on his head correct. Oh yeah, and this spear needs to be correct too. I should do it, but now I need to like highlight it appropriately. I think I've officially spent more time on his hat than the rest of the body, y'all. Oh, this is the most important part to Zhao, at least, from his perspective. And he puts his hat on everything. It almost has an inkling of the kind of ego that King Neptune has around his crown in the SpongeBob movie. Attributed so much value to it that it's worth freezing somebody to death for losing it or something. I don't know. Oh no, they didn't kill Crab. They just kind of frozen for some reason. He is one with the hat. Zhao probably has a collection of hats, including the hat that's like, women fear me, fish fear me. That meme hat. Oh, you know what? That Foxy Grandpa hat that Mr. Krabs had in that one episode, that would probably be part of his hat collection too. Just because. I was trying not to make that joke myself, Argo. I was trying. Because it's like the obvious joke from the movie. Avid TF2 player. That sounds about right. Still like the Hoenn vibes I get from the soundtrack. This part of the soundtrack. The synth strings just get me going. I don't know why. The brass and the synth strings are very good to me here. Yeah, it's definitely unfair. It's like, I think like I've certainly had some bad experiences with bald or clean-shaven people myself. Like, but you know, like you can't just use physical attributes as a way to discriminate people. You know, kind of like how it used to be taboo to have a tattoo, for instance, and now it's like, I feel safer with the guy with tattoos than I do the white shirt who has not, who has bare skin. You know, like, it's just, it's funny how the tables turn with the generations. It's always funny. And people used to make fun of you for having glasses, and now it's like the sexiest thing ever if you have glasses. I get 5+ sexiness for these things, y'all. Always funny how things work out. Okay, so we've got that. Now for the big circle on the side of his head, we can call this statue done. Oh, Argo. Oh yeah, that's right. The vinyl came back in a big way too. It is not dead. We're still making players and vinyls for it. It is not a dead medium by any measure. I was saying to your trailer, you know, I think one of the reasons I like glasses so much is like, you know, as a kid growing up, you know, my mom had like really pretty glasses, so to me, she was just my four-eyed angel when I was a little baby, you know, so just, but naturally, like, I attribute glasses to good things, instead of, haha, the four eyes joke, some people do. Oh, that's probably still better for your eye health to wear them, but I do understand that, you know, you don't want to wear them all the time. Sometimes it's okay to like take a break and take them off before putting them back on again. Like when I'm at work, sometimes I feel like a headache coming on when I finally go on break, and I just take them off while playing my Switch. Break, then I put them back on and I feel okay again. Aww. I know someone else with astigmatism too, but it's nice that glasses can help correct without it. I think so. It's real nice. I think I look better with glasses too. I don't like my appearance without them. One time I scared somebody because I didn't have my glasses. I was like, oh my god, you look so different without them. I'm like, yeah, I do look a little bit different without them on, because like the glasses do like change the shape of my nose a little bit, so I do look really funny without them now. Oh, that's an interesting problem to have, Marco. Didn't think there could be such a disparity in how one eye works versus the other. Like perpetually washed up with black glasses. I feel like I look funny without them too. And again, I have, you know, this perception in my head that glasses are sexy, so of course I want to wear them anyway. I don't like contact lenses simply because, like, you know, there's a lot more hidden costs and maintenance to having those things, like, because, you know, if you don't have the proper cleaning solutions for them, they can infect your eyes. If you wear them too often, they can damage your corneas, so it's like, I don't want to have to think about any of that. I got enough stuff to micromanage. It just feels like stupid, needless, time-wasting things that life just throws at you. So instead of having to deal with, like, oh my god, I've been wearing my contacts, I need to take them out. Oh god, I need to get my cleaning solution. Glasses. Just put them on my head. I could even fall asleep with them on and not have to worry about anything. Obviously, it doesn't feel good to sleep with glasses, but you could do that. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks so. There we go. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm guessing there's a lot of instances where you couldn't wear contacts anyway, like for people with like very, very specific prescription needs, you know, things like that. It just would be logistically possible for them because, you know, their eyes are just so unique that, you know, only glasses could cover those needs. Yeah, I don't like contacts. I don't judge people for wearing them, of course. I understand some people probably feel like they look better without glasses on, so they just wear contacts, but well, power to them if they can micromanage that. I don't want to. I don't want it. No, get that away from me. Spooky. There's just no. Oh, whoops. Okay. Oh, that's what we want to do. Highlight this with yellow and get that bright color in it. Then highlight this. Ooh, here comes the Sonic CD part of the soundtrack. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm very happy for him in that case. I know that can be hard. Like in some countries, there's more obstacles to it than others. So that's good to hear. I still need to get on hormones myself. I just haven't started the process. Although one of my in-real life friends is wanting to recommend me a nurse practitioner who's always looking to take in more transgender people. So like, yeah, maybe I should jump on that and ask them how to navigate all this, because like, I don't live within driving distance of a Planned Parenthood, and the closest Planned Parenthood to me, which is 150 miles away, is constantly dealing with protests and anti-abortion people, and I don't want to get hurt in the middle of all that. So yeah, just so I don't have like a drive-through solution to get knocked up on hormones. I just don't, like a lot of my friends do. Like I know multiple people who had like a Planned Parenthood within driving distance of them, and if you know it, like they were on hormones very quickly. It didn't take them long. But I just don't have that option in Chattanooga for some reason. It's weird. Oh yeah, the UK is going through something very ugly right now for the transgender community. I do worry about them. As if the country couldn't be more unfriendly to people, just God. But yeah, it wouldn't be unrealistic for her to move out to a different country at least. It's not like the US where you have to think about traveling 2,000 miles to a place where you may not even have a job for 6 months to a year while you look for another one. It's like, yeah, affording to move out of the US is kind of difficult, especially if you want to stay within the North American continent. Meanwhile, in not cheeseburger land. You've got multiple countries within driving distance, so yeah, take the pig. Just hope she's okay. Oh boy, that's gonna be a nail biter for y'all. I haven't been keeping up too much with UK political discourse because, like, there's points where it gets too heartbreaking for me to handle in one day, so I just kind of like try to take it on the easy side. But I know what y'all are going through right now is not fun. I ain't sticking my head in the sand still. Just trying to control how much human sadness I take in one day. That's all I can do. Yeah, that seems to be a core part of the problem for sure. Just I see you found a way around it. I'd have called him Stump personally. Old versus old. That's one reason I wish we had different candidates this election, because it's like, come on, you've got these 80-year-old farts who look like puppets with store-bought teeth that are just shambling around like corpses, who barely hold a sentence in their composure half the time. Like, why are we allowing them to lead our country? Like, they were in retirement age for 20 plus years. Let them go. Just give us a fresh face already. Somebody who could actually handle the stress of being a world leader. God. So frustrating. Yeah, I do that mostly because it's like, you know, there are bad actors who just love to spam the chat with garbage. Like, especially bad takes on politics. I feel that, yeah, there's got to be someone younger. But there's a funny paradox about that. It seems like everyone who's qualified for these kind of jobs also know the risks and the difficulties of the job, so they don't want it. So it's really hard to find someone who could genuinely do the job and mean well. Because all the ones who could do the job well don't want the job. Even George Washington famously did not want to be president. They had to convince him to. You know, the very first president of the United States did not want to be the president. I have to tell you something. It's not like he was perfect either, but still, totally different can of worms here. It's crazy that y'all can have, like, somebody who's below retirement age but we can't. That does make the whole thing feel even sillier. It almost feels like, you know, the Incan Empire, where they were just like, you know, parading around the mummies and corpses of their dead ancestors, like, oh, we own all this land and rule over it because we still have this, we still have our ancestor. See, he's perfectly alive and well as a god. Worship him. It feels like we're doing that now with the presidential candidates we have. Yeah, he might be on death's doorstep, but he still represents us. Please vote for him. Could we just have somebody less dead in office, please? Somebody less terminal. Right. And yeah, I think we fully upgraded the Zhao statue. He is ready. And yeah, I do agree. Like, I'm gonna hold my nose and vote for him anyway, just because, like, the alternative is, I feel like, would create probably the scariest chapter in human history in a long while. And usually it would be hyperbole to say that, frankly. It usually would be. But this time, I don't know. I don't want that man to be the next chapter in human history. I do not. I desperately don't want that. And it seems like a lot of people agree with me, thankfully. I feel like, if the swing voters agree, like, I think we'll be in good shape for this year's election. Yeah, that was the problem for the Hillary campaign. They really weren't trying hard enough to reach out to the common voter. It just kind of seemed like really distant, exclusive elites who just don't care about you. And yeah, that really worked against them. You don't do that if you want people to vote for you. Like the emails and stuff, that was all just that was just hyperbole and garbage, honestly. Like, I don't think anything of that. It was just like, the way she campaigned was absolutely unimpressive, uninspiring even. And it showed. Like, she should have won by a landslide, but she didn't. Here we go. Oops. Copy paste statues here. Oh, I feel so dumb. I didn't scale it before. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, now I see these posts. I could take a look at those. Yeah, that's the reality we're presented with. We just kind of have to play damage control this election. It's really sad and frustrating. Beggars can't be choosers this time around, sadly. I think anyone who's like left-leaning and votes for Trump anyway, because they don't think he's that harmful, like, I'm keeping my distance from them. Probably going to encourage them, like, hey, if you want to actually get beat up for not being straight, you really want us to go back to the 1970s where it was okay for people like me to be beaten and dragged in a ditch and left for dead? Do you really want that? If you're my friend, do you really want that for me to happen? Like, it feels like that's the stakes that are at play here, but I try not to think too much about it, because like the current administration is doing everything it can to like put landmines in Trump's way if he does get the presidency, so yeah, he might not be able to do as much damage as we think, but I think voting for him knowing the current climate and doing it anyway is very bad faith. Anarchy vote is not a smart idea right now. You don't have the privilege of that right now. I completely forgot about the muzzle markings. Oh yeah, the effects would certainly be felt by y'all in more ways than one. Sure, like anything good or bad that happens in America kind of bleeds elsewhere too. That's why even the Australians kind of watch our elections with bated breath, because like, yeah, for as much as they might laugh at American politics, everything that happens here affects them too. Like, nobody can escape from that. Oh, whoops. Got the cell boundaries wrong. Yeah. There we go. Now I need to maniafy this too. Oh yeah, if he won again, like he can't have another term. That's it. And yeah, there are regimes who absolutely try to change that, but one thing we have in the US systems, for better or worse, is very anti-disruption, so it'd be very hard to untangle like a term length on presidency. It's not like in China where the current sitting president can just be like, okay, I'm just gonna stay here forever. Middle finger. He can just do that. That can't happen here. Not easily. You would have to try very, very hard to do that. I just don't see it happening. Yeah, that's the scary part as well, friends. Like, there's so much wealth and power here to affect so much positive change here, and if we don't work hard enough, just all the bad actors will just suck out all the money and wealth they can out of the system and watch Rome burn a second time, you know? Absolutely. It's scary for me too. Well, I mean, the allegiances of political parties do change over time. Like originally, you know, it was like Democrats who, like, who helped maintain the institution of like segregation and things like that, I think. And then it fancied the right wing to be more like that instead over time. Okay. It's so that's why I don't really wear my political leaning on my shirt sleeve, because it's like, you know, the Democratic Party could like flip its projected morals on a dime, just like that, you know. And so could the other party. Not likely to happen with current cultural momentum, but still. I just love how much he tried with the last election, but it did not work out. Just didn't. Like, for all of the institution of government's faults, like, at least it wasn't possible for him to, like, stop the transfer of power. That's what gives me some hope in the middle of all this. Like, yeah, it's scary to be sure, but I would rather not have to hold my breath too hard. But, yeah, it's just like, our system is not as weak as it looks, I like to think. If we don't have at least some optimism, we're gonna go nuts. And that's what the other party wants from us. They want us to give up. We can't do that. Any functional adult 2024, that would be so nice. Well, still like daydreaming, sadly. Oh, oops. Realize I'd selected colors outside of this as well. That's not good. There we go. I need to make this look a lot less like boobies. That's a bit of a problem. This breastplate looks like breasts. Like, that's no good. And I agree, the parties are broader tints rather than laser focused ideologies. If only he wasn't so short, he'd have looked so good in this. Oh, if only. If he wasn't so short. Also, yeah, I'm gonna like make this less gray too. Like when it comes to like colors, I tend to like not use like completely flat grays where I can help it. I much prefer like gray with a little bit of color in it. Makes it just like colorful stuff, you know. Yeah, I feel you there, you too. Just don't have any choice of selection. Got the holder nose to make the vote. Just. Oops. How did it do that clever? Yelling in Japanese. That's what it's doing right now, probably. I don't really know what to do to remix this one, honestly. Just make it more shiny. Bit of a tough choice. Oops. That's what you don't want, Glover. You don't want people to like look at your posts and be like, what did he say about that horse? What did he say? It's no fun. I guess I could make these like chainmail, just make it a little different. This is one of the boss fights I like in FP2. It's such a good theme. It doesn't waste your time. You have more opportunities to hit it thanks to the way Mila works. That's fun. Also, yeah, I kind of went an hour over on the Twitch side of the stream because I wanted to at least get something other than Zao done before moving on to Discord. So in about 4 minutes, we'll like go unlive on Twitch and go Discord instead. Because like we do have a community Discord for the fan game. Showing Architect server, and that's where people can chat with me directly in voice or text and ask me questions about the game or just shoot the breeze with me, talk about various things, and see much more progress in regards to the game, because like the Discord side tends to go on for longer than Twitch. So yeah, if y'all want to like continue watching progress, so we'll be going on Discord very soon. And if not, that's okay. Like the reason I do these on Twitch is so that people who don't want to be in a Discord for everything can at least get a peek into game development. And then we just keep doing it week after week and follow along. Chat me directly, ask me questions, etc., etc. So streaming on Twitch is like a public outreach sort of thing, especially for the Spade mod. And I know there's a lot of interest in that. I know there is. Oops, didn't know you could do that in Windows. That's scary. This might be a slightly lighter color. Here we go. For some reason I was just thinking about Claw's boss theme. It's another one of the bosses I do like in FP2 because it's so absolutely silly. It's like a Smash Brothers fight with a level 1 AI. it's funny. Just the fact that he yells like "Hold it, villain" in the most performative way he possibly could while clipping his microphone over a megaphone. Like, the chat energy that takes is incredible. Love it. Yeah, that's a little more balanced. Shifting it more towards blue instead of like aqua green. It's kind of hard to tell if this is even a stand. Let's try to add some visual clarity to this. Once there's so much improvement as like give some visual clarity. It's a little bit easier to tell where the boot is. I think this right here might be a rock. That, yeah. statue is placed on. I mean, Lee could probably do it. It just depends on what he's comfortable with. I think that was a good time to transition to the Discord side of the stream. I appreciate everyone for coming today. And this was a much better stream. I'll definitely be posting a VOD of it, like didn't last week because oops, I didn't stream. And with the Spade stream, like I just felt like because of all the nodding off, it wasn't to my usual quality, so I just didn't post it. So yes, if you want to watch us work on more things for the fan game next week, I'll be doing it next Tuesday. And if you care more about the Spade mod, and I know some of you do, I know there's some lurkers who are just here for Spade, want to see what we do with him, that will be this Saturday at 10 a.m. 10 to 4 Eastern Standard Time. It's on my Twitch schedule, and I have all my social links and Patreon and everything on my Twitch profile if you want to see more of what I do and follow along. In the meantime, yes, thank you for watching, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening, everyone. Bye.